Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if female Deku had a phoenix quirk and rebirth? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. A haunting silence filled the USJ. The students of Class 1A, their 3 teachers and All Might all stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the small pile of dust that had once been their friend and student, Izuka Midoriya. Tamura Shigaraki, the villain that had invaded the USJ, had tortured her, destroying her legs, her eye and a part of her side, and yet after all that, Izuka had smiled at them even as she died. She smiled with pure joy, and why? Because All Might had arrived and that meant they were all safe. But All Might wasn't smiling, his body was vibrating with pure rage, his fists clenched so tightly that BLD was beginning to seep from between his fingers. Everyone was frozen for only a second, but their grief-stricken minds made it feel like years, each lost in the thoughts of the friend they had just lost. Aoyama always loved himself and his quirk, believing he was the pinnacle of sparkle. The only drawback had been the pain his laser caused his stomach, and Izuka had taken that away. The evolution caused by the link had caused the beam that always leaked from his navel to crystallize into what resembled a finely cut jewel over his belly button, and now he was able to shoot his beam without pain and could even fire more powerful lasers. And what had he done with it? He tried to show off, attacking Kurogiri only to end up sealing the door with the power of his new laser, and to top it off, Aoyama had forgotten Izuka's warning about the stamina drain of the higher-level powers they'd gained, so he had promptly passed out. He couldn't stop thinking that if he hadn't, maybe he could have gotten the doors open and allowed some people to escape. Then the villains would have had no hostages and perhaps Izuka wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. But now, the girl whose eyes sparkled almost as much as Aoyama was gone. Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Aoyama could do. Mina could only think of what had happened while Kurogiri was warping them. Even as terrified as Izuka was, she had rushed to try and push Mina out of the way of the gates, and when that had failed, the smaller girl had cradled her and ensured they landed safely in the landslide zone. Despite being weakened by the links, Izuka had ignored her pain and pushed herself to ensure Mina and the others were safe, and the moment that she learned something was wrong with one of them, she had flown off without hesitation, a shout of plus ultra pushing her forward. Mina respected that. She loved that the smallest and frailest girl in class was the biggest hero, and yet she still looked up to the other girls with something like awe, as if Izuka felt she was unworthy of their attention. Mina had wanted to be her friend and big sister figure just like Momo. But now Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Mina could do. Ojiro had had next to no real contact with Izuka, but he had respected her and her ability. The girl was skilled in martial arts, having created her own hybrid style based around kicks and acrobatics, proving how devoted she was. The tailed boy had been further impressed by how quick Izuka was to help others, as she'd fussed over him and the rest of Team B when they were injured after their fights in the combat trial. Ojiro had thought to ask her about her fighting style, wanting to give her some pointers on her form, but he wouldn't get the chance now. Because Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Ojiro could do. Kaminari prided himself on being a pretty cool guy with a pretty cool quirk, but at that moment he felt like the biggest loser on the face of the earth. For the third time in just 2 days, Izuka had saved his butt, and this time, it had cost her everything. The lightning boy had been grateful when she helped end the chaos that had nearly trampled him and Kirishima during the security alert, and he had been amazed when Izuka's link evolution was revealed and it had allowed him to fight for so much longer. He no longer got his brain fried after just a couple of attacks. Kaminari was certain that with that new power, he would finally be able to return the favor and protect Izuka. But in the end, she had surrendered herself and allowed herself to be tortured to stop the villains from killing him and the others. Kaminari swore to himself that he'd be better, but it was too late for her. Because Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Kaminari could do. Kirishima felt like a failure as a hero. He spoke highly of manliness, but how manly could he be if he allowed a classmate to die? Kirishima knew he could have done something. His quirk was made to be a shield for others. Izuka had said so herself. But that's what hurt even more. Izuka had been so impressed by his quirk, earnestly complimenting it, smiling that big shiny smile of hers. And she'd made it better. Thanks to the evolution, he had been able to push his hardness to a whole new level, moving beyond the usual rocky appearance and strength level to shining diamond. His limbs would retain their sharp appearance, but turn into a diamond-like substance that was able to swat away bullets and even cannonball from one of the villains. Plus, because the material was transparent, it exposed the BLD beneath the skin, making his hardened form look pure red, which suited Kirishima just fine. The boy had promised to thank Izuka for that after the incident resolved. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Kirishima could do. Kota was quiet. He was shy and didn't like speaking, and in the past, this combined with his unusual appearance had made life strong for him. Kids are quick to pick on those who are different, especially if they are soft-hearted. Class 1A was different though. They all seemed to just take his appearance and silence as part of his character and leave him to his own devices, occasionally offering quiet companionship. Izuka had been like that, always smiling kindly at him and amazed whenever he used his quirk. After she had seen him briefly use sign language on their first day, she had arrived at school the next day and signed a hello to him. It was a bit sloppy, but Kota was touched someone had gone through the effort of learning just to say hello. Plus, the boy couldn't help but adore Izuka's occasional rabbit-like mannerisms, the way she was quick to startle, highly affectionate, and even had an adorable habit of wiggling her nose occasionally when concentrating. If Kota had been a braver man, he might have tried to pet her hair and see if it was soft like a rabbit. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Kota could do. Sato could do nothing but stare down at his own hand, a finger tracing the line of skin that had once been a scar. Sato had that scar for years and it had bothered him a bit, a pale line on his otherwise olive skin, a reminder of when he wasn't as skilled with his cooking. When Izuka had said she could only heal scars if they were redamaged, Sato had jumped at the chance. He'd get to see her quirk and would finally lose that diamond scar. He was a strong guy and not afraid of pain, so he'd cut himself without flinching, and then Izuka had promptly scolded him with more fire than he thought she possesses. She still healed him, but looked so upset that he hurt himself that Sato genuinely felt guilty, especially after learning that using her healing could cause Izuka to suffer BLD loss. He had made the sweets he promised and given them to Izuka, whom had loved them and eagerly devoured them, but not before offering to share them. Because that, Sato realized, was what Izuka was, the kind of person to put everyone before herself. Sato had been eager for a break when he could take Izuka up on her offer of baking together. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Sato could do. Shoji honestly knew next to nothing about Izuka, with the exception of what he had observed. He was a man with few worldly desires and little interest in squabbles, gossip, and frivolity, so combined with his appearance, he had been avoided a lot. It wasn't like he was bullied like Kota was, but then again, who would bully the massive guy with 6 arms and the strength of a gorilla? Even the others of Class 1A had been a bit intimidated of him, though they accepted him as one of their own, Izuka included. He had only spoken to her once, asking if she was all right as they left school the previous day, following what happened with the press. She had smiled, touched by his concern, and assured him she was fine, thanking him for asking. He respected the girl and her ability to move between quiet and kind in social situations to fierce and powerful in combat. He had quietly applauded as she had stepped down to vice president, not believing she was ready but unwilling to give up for the sake of the people who voted for her. Shoji had wanted to keep an eye on her. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Shoji could do. Kyoka was a girl who prided herself on her ears. Her quirk and her musical ability were all reliant on her hearing, so when she'd lost some hearing following the combat trial between her team and Izuka's, she'd momentarily been heartbroken. Then Izuka had come along and made everything better. With some pretty pink flames and a cheery smile, she'd restored her hearing. By that time, Kyoka knew that Izuka had healed most of the class and noticed that she was looking pale and a bit shaky, though Izuka had shrugged it off. It struck Kyoka how casual it had been for Izuka. She had just waltzed in, and a couple of seconds later, Kyoka's fears of deafness were gone. People charged premium rates for services like that, yet Izuka just did it. Because that was the kind of hero she was. To Kyoka, that was something worthy of respect. She had been too shy and shocked to properly thank Izuka, but had resolved to thank her later. That chance wouldn't come now, because Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Kyoka could do. Shiro was a very normal guy. People had always assumed that with a face and quirk like his, he would just blend into the background, but he had worked his butt off and gotten into Uda's hero program. He was a part of Class 1A and his classmates respected that, each having worked just as strong to get there. He had pegged Izuka as a quiet, unassuming girl that had a lot more power than most expected. Shiro liked her and would have admitted she was pretty cute, if it weren't for the fact Bakugo would likely murder his face. He was surprised when his two buddies, Denki and Ijiro, and told him about how Izuka acted in the cafeteria after the crowd hurt Ochako. He had been kind of impressed too. The class's adorable cinnamon bunny had some fangs. Shiro thought he might need to re-evaluate how he saw the timid girl. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Shiro could do. Tokoyami always embraced the darkness. He was a child of the shadows and had never feared it. Dark shadow stopped him from truly being one with the dark, but Tokoyami feared losing control of the volatile quirk. Izuka Midoriya, on the other hand, was a child of light. Every demon thing about her screamed light. Her quirk, her eyes, her smile, her personality. Even her hero costume was a dazzling white, decorated with red and gold. She was the opposite of Tokoyami, and yet the boy couldn't help but be somewhat fond of her. He was no fool. Tokoyami knew a few of the guys in class had small crushes on the girl, but that was to be expected. She was cute with an agreeable personality, but Tokoyami didn't count himself among them. She was an oddity to him, a child of light that did not shrink away from the dark. When healing him, Izuka had purposely kept her flames small and dull to make him comfortable and would verbally warn him when she was about to heal an area Dark Shadow was occupying, giving the shadow an opportunity to move. It was odd that Izuka recognized that Dark Shadow had its own will, and she would often greet Tokoyami and the quirk separately. Tokoyami didn't want to date her or have any sort of romantic relationship with her, but he did want to walk beside her. She was a safe piece of the world of light that would not scorn the darkness. But now Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Tokoyami could do. Toru was easy to overlook. She was invisible after all. She had gone her whole life without really being seen and had developed a bubbly personality as a result, so people would pay attention to her. Over time, the act became reality, but Toru did still have one particular hang-up: no one looked her in the eye. It wasn't anyone's fault. No one could see her eyes, but as a result, people just looked at her CST, because it was the highest part of her they could usually see with her clothes. That was where Izuka had been different. She had looked straight at her, always trying to look her in the eye when talking, even though she couldn't see them. Naturally, Izuka didn't always succeed, sometimes looking at her mouth or nose instead, but she tried, and that was what Toru liked, and unlike a lot of others who tried, Toru didn't get the impression that Izuka was just looking through her. To top it off, Izuka had made a plan to let her shine during the combat trial, and the confidence boost had led to Toru securing them the win in their second match. The invisible girl really wanted to thank Izuka for that. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Toru could do. Todoroki had, for the last several years, despised half of himself. His left side, scarred by boiling water and housing the flames of his father, was like an eternal reminder of the monster that created him. But now was the first time he could honestly say he hated his right side just as much. Izuka had been right there, surrounded only by villains with no one else in the way to be caught up in Todoroki's fire, and yet he still didn't use it. Izuka would have survived. She was immune to fire. She would have been freed and had the chance to heal while the villains were consumed by the inferno, or at least badly hurt. There was absolutely no downside to him using his fire, and it would have saved her life. But he didn't. Izuka's screams and Katsuki's furious eyes told him exactly what he already knew. Shoto Todoroki was despicable, worse than even his father. He had let a comrade die over his own pride. Todoroki wanted to cry, wanted to beg and plead, prostrate himself before Izuka and ask for forgiveness. But he couldn't. Izuka was dead, and it was all his fault. Tenya cursed himself. He cursed his slowness, his weakness, his cowardice. He cursed that he couldn't be even close to the strength of his brother. Ingenium wouldn't have let Izuka die. He would have saved her somehow. Tenya knew in his heart that he could have done something. He knew he was fast enough. It might have cost him his career, or even his life, but Tenya knew he could have gotten Izuka free long enough for one of the others to grab her and escape. It was just like the entrance exam all over again. He had frozen and chosen his own safety over another's, leaving a girl in peril, and this time, no one was there to clean up his mistake and save the victim. Izuka had saved his spot. At U.A, she'd spoken in his defense and even convinced the class to make him their representative. So Tenya cursed himself. Izuka was dead, and he had done nothing. Ochako had no hope of stemming the flow of tears that cascaded down her face. Her stomach felt like she'd used her quirk non-stop since it manifested, but she'd already emptied the contents when that monster took Izuka's leg. Izuka was her friend. She saved Ochako from the zero-pointer and healed her ankle. In the combat trial, she treated Ochako like a real opponent and not just some soft little girl that couldn't fight. Izuka had become enraged when she'd been knocked down in the cafeteria, scolding the whole school for hurting Ochako, despite her own shyness. Despite the pain in her heart, Ochako took a rough battle stance, one she'd copied from Izuka, and prepared to fight alongside All Might and Katsuki. Izuka was dead, but Ochako could help her get justice. Momo felt the cold flames of hatred roaring up inside her. She'd dealt with bullies that mocked her or ostracized her because she was from a wealthy family. She'd weathered their comments and defied their stereotypes and had come to Yui, seeking to help others. She'd made her first friend in Izuka Midoriya, and soon adopted the girl as a little sister, because the silly girl cared more for others than herself, even if she was in the most peril. Momo had wanted to protect her, the girl that had looked up to her. Izuka had convinced the class to make Momo the class president, and despite Momo knowing Izuka was more powerful, the younger girl followed her loyally. Momo had wanted to protect Izuka. She created a long bow staff and prepared for a fight. Izuka was dead, but Momo could still carry on her will and protect the class as president. Mineta had gone silent, his eyes glassy. He had known that it was a long shot for him to become a hero. He knew exactly what others thought of him, what he was. He was a pervert, a lecherous midget with a weird quirk. Izuka had known that Mineta had made enough comments and spent enough time staring at her backside and thighs, but even so, Izuka had never looked at him like he was filth like the other girls did, like he felt he deserved. She'd been kind, supportive, and never did more than squeak with embarrassment at his comments. She could have kicked his butt easily, or set Bakugo on him, but she didn't. Even in the battle trial, she treated him like a valued comrade and not a nuisance like he'd expected. Hell, she'd stood up to Aizawa for his sake, and that was nothing short of insane when the guy was willing to expel his entire class. Izuka had been an angel in Mineta's eyes, and then she'd surrendered to the villains to save him. Powerful, adorable Izuka had surrendered for the sake of pitiful, perverted Mineta. And it cost her life. Mineta knew one thing. When this was over, if he survived, he was leaving the hero course. Someone like him never had the right to stand on the same level as Izuka, and he certainly didn't deserve to stay when she was gone. Izuka was dead, and with her, all of Mineta's dreams. Tsuyu always said what was on her mind, but now, she didn't know what to say. Her mind was a war zone of anger and misery. She was bitterly miserable at the death of Izuka, furiously angry at the villains for killing her, disappointed with herself and her classmates for not doing more, and All Might for not showing up sooner. She was angry with Izuka for sacrificing herself, for demanding Mineta to force all the pain on her instead of letting Tsuyu share the burden, and most of all, she felt utter hatred at the little voice inside that felt relief every time it wasn't her name that tumbled from Mineta's mouth. Tsuyu wanted to scream, scold herself and friends, defeat the villains, and most importantly, bring Izuka back. The last one wasn't possible. Izuka was dead, but Tsuyu had every intention of doing everything else on her list, starting with the villains. Centipeder and 13 knew. They had known for a long time about Izuka's true quirk. Centipeder had learned from Sir Night Eye, and 13 had been informed as a Udata teacher. Both knew that soon, that pile of dust would glow and a completely healthy Izuka Midoriya would pop out. They knew it, but it didn't stop it from hurting. 13 had lectured the class on how important it was to use their quirk safely, and then bungled it so badly that the space hero was barely conscious, leaning on Centipeder to stay upright. Centipeder was even more upset to be virtually uninjured. It wasn't right that he, a pro hero, had gotten away unscathed while the young students were hurt. Izuka Midoriya was dead, but she'd soon come back, and both pros were determined to do whatever they could to protect her and all the students. They wouldn't fail again. Shota was in agony. His arms were broken, his nose and jaw were cracked, his legs were bruised to the point of looking purple, and his back felt like Numu's foot was permanently lodged in his spine, and not a DMN bit of it mattered to the underground hero. Freaking Izuka Midoriya had gone and sacrificed herself for him, throwing her life away for the sake of saving him. Aizawa was the teacher. He should be the one looking out for his students. When Izuka revived, Aizawa was going to put her but in detention for the rest of her life. Then he was going to give her the biggest DMN scolding he had in him. And then he'd hug her. Carrot and stick seemed to work well with the immortal girl. But first, he had to figure out how to move without his limbs, so he could tear Shigaraki apart with his god DMN teeth. Izuka was dead, but Aizawa was determined to not let that happen again. Katsuki was silent, his face a mask of cool neutrality. Anyone that really understood him knew that this was his most dangerous state. Raging, sneering, and exploding was the norm, but a quiet Katsuki that foretold a very explosive Armageddon for the fool that caused it. The FING villains had killed Izuka, tortured her, and snuffed out her life, like it was some FING game. Katsuki had a lot of people he wanted to kill, half and half for ping out on using his fire, the muscly F with the exposed brain for holding her captive, the misty F that kidnapped her all those years ago, and most of all, he wanted to murder Tamura Shigaraki. Katsuki didn't use a nickname for the man anymore. No, he wanted everyone to know exactly who was going to die for the unforgivable sin of laying a hand on his Izuka. When Izuka revived, Katsuki was wrapping her but in bubble wrap and leaving her like that for at least a week. Stupid Deku worrying him. Izuka was dead, but it was only about 3.5 minutes until she revived, and Katsuki wanted to get some serious killing done before she came back. All Might, with his current expression, could easily be mistaken for someone else. Gone was his usual smile that shone even in the darkest times. Gone was the laugh that spat in the face of fear. Gone was the posing and joyful tone that eased the hearts of the people. Gone was the symbol of peace, and in his place was a god of war. All Might was like Ares, his rage so intense that it was palpable. Even the students and teachers he'd come to save looked up fearfully at the man, his teeth bared and a quiet growl rumbling in his ear as he walked down the stairs of his eyes fixed on Tamura, the man that had dared to kill his daughter. The lesser villains were ready to pass out from terror, and even Kurogyari and Tamura took a step back at the intensity of the hero's rage. All Might was the #1 hero, but at that moment he put that side of himself away. Heroes were valiant and saved the day. Heroes didn't do the things that Toshinori Yagi was about to. Izuka was dead and would soon return, and Toshinori wanted to get most of the bone-breaking done before then. I had a bad feeling, and came running back to you, from the crime scene in Tatooine Ward. I happened to run across Recovery Girl, who warned me of young Midoriya's message. Thanks to the two of them, I've got the gist of what happened. All Might looked at the faces of the terrified and crying students. You've made me angrier than I've ever felt. You've terrorized my students. You killed my student. They all gave it their all to fight against you. As a teacher, I'm proud of them. Young Midoriya was killed by you villains. All Might clenched his fist. I'll give you no mercy. In an instant, every single one of the small fry villains was unconscious and bleeding on the floor. All of them had at least 2 broken bones and 5 missing teeth. It wasn't a pretty sight, and All Might just flicked the BLD off his knuckles, his eyes fixed on Tamura. Another instant and All Might was standing in front of the stairs again. Every single student behind him, along with the 3 pros. All Might, Ochako said, a watery smile on her face. I'm sorry, Izuka, we couldn't do anything. Be calm, young Uraraka. Stay back, I will defeat those 3. All Might pointed at Kurogyari, Numu, and Shigaraki. If that All Might, Katsuki said, stepping forward and cracking his knuckles. The FS killed Izuka? I'm going to murder them. Ooh, that's a scary face. Do heroes commit murder now? Tamura taunted. Wouldn't that make you a villain? All Might didn't wait for another word to be said. He ran forward, putting his hands in front of him like an X. He was aiming for Shigaraki, but Numu jumped in the way. Carolina smash. All Might roared, delivering a cross chop to the villain's torso. Numu was unfazed and swung his fists out in retaliation, forcing All Might to duck backward. All Might struck the creature a couple more times, only to come to the same conclusion. My blows aren't working, he growled, punctuating his sentence with another punch to Numu's gut. This Numu was designed just to kill you, hero trash. His shock absorption ability is the best in the world. If you want to hurt him, you'll need to slowly rip his guts out, not that he's going to just let you. Shigaraki smirked. All Might chuckled darkly, thanks for telling me. If that's what it takes, the hero darted around Numu and grabbed him from the behind before leaning backward, smashing the villain into the ground with a massive backdrop slam. Hell yes. Beat 'em All Might. Kick their buttes for what they did to Izuka. Kaminari yelled, most of the class screaming similar encouragement through their tears. The dust cleared and the class was silenced. Kurogyri had opened a pair of warp gates, allowing Numu's upper body to go through one and emerge from another beneath All Might's back, where he'd reached up to sink his claws into the hero's side. Shigaraki laughed. You thought if you stuck Numu in concrete, it would seal his movements? It wouldn't have worked. His power is the same level as yours, but now you've given Kurogyri the perfect opening. Kurogyri nodded. This was the plan from the beginning. Numu would stop you from moving, then I'd drag you down into the depths of my warp gates and close it, slicing you in half. It will be unpleasant to have your insides spilling out into my body, but I will endure for the sake of killing you. Out of the F-way, Misty F-. Katsuki suddenly roared, rocketing forward and slamming Kurogyri's head into the ground. The explosive boy pinned him down, his hand pressing down strong on the metal brace around the villain's neck. He was holding him down with such force, the ground beneath the villain was beginning to crack and the metal brace was making strained noises. Just as Kurogyri was held down, a sheet of ice shot up Numu's body, coating much of his right side in ice which penetrated right to the core of the creature's form. Todoroki stepped forward, walking over the ice with a dark look in his eyes. I'd not normally freeze a living thing so deeply, but I'm not feeling very merciful right now. Shigaraki snarled and moved to attack, only to be forced to narrowly avoid a trio of attacks as Momo, Ochako and Kirishima all launched blows at him, keeping him busy. To top it off, Tamura couldn't destroy them as Eraserhead's eyes were firmly locked on him. Katsuki grinned cruelly, making his hands spark a bit against Kurogyri's neck brace. You wouldn't need to wear this thing if you really were just missed. I bet what little guts you've got is stuck inside this, like a FING soup can. Give me a reason, Misty F-. I'd love to crack it open and see what's inside, he said menacingly. Meanwhile, All Might easily escaped the grip of the frozen Numu, springing back to stand beside the young heroes that had come to his rescue. Todoroki scowled at the villains. We won't let you kill anyone else. Not that scum like you could ever hope to kill the symbol of peace. Katsuki and Tamura both noticed a light beginning to form in the dust a short distance away. Katsuki smirked. Plus, it's not like you were able to actually kill anyone anyway. The class looked at the boy like he was mad, but their replies were cut off by a blinding light that quickly gave way to a massive inferno. A tornado of flame formed from the spot their classmate had been killed and a very familiar winged shadow appeared in its depths. No way! It's impossible? The flames exploded outwards, scorching the still frozen Numu and burning much of Tamura's right arm. From within the flames, the shadowy figure emerged. Izuka Midoriya, wings blazing, eyes sparkling, descended to the floor of the USJ like an angel from heaven, the flames of determination burning within her. Her wounds were healed, her lost body parts restored, and while her clothes were completely gone, Izuka was concealing her body in a dress made of fire that burned so hot, it appeared white. She truly looked like an angel, as if Izuka had been reborn as a celestial being. Izuka? The class cried out as one, running to surround the miraculously revived girl. None of them could truly believe their eyes. Most were crying tears of joy or screaming with happiness and relief. Their more stoic classmates were just smiling, happy and confused, but mostly just happy. Izuka had returned from the dead. She'd literally been reborn from dust and ash. Like a phoenix. Tsuyu muttered, eyes widening. This explains everything, the fire, the wings, the healing and the strength. It's why the Mist villain calls you Phoenix, why their leader killed you despite coming here to capture you, why you survived your year of kidnapping. Your quirk is like a phoenix. Izuka nodded. Everyone, I'm sorry I worried you. I promise, I'll explain everything, but first we need to defeat the enemy. Izuka said, a guilty smile on her face. Oh yes, we will definitely be getting that explanation, Momo said sternly, before hugging the girl tightly, forcing Izuka to adjust her flames so they wouldn't burn her. Thank you for coming back to us. Momo, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have done it unless I needed to. I had to protect Tsuyu and Minoru and that was the only way I could think of. I'll make it up to you, to all of you, she promised. Before I get back in the fight, you should all know, no matter how I die, I revive after 200 seconds, which is roughly 3.5 minutes. I can defend you, but if I go down, that's how long you'll need to wait before I come back. Whoa, wait a minute. Kirishima yelled, you just got tortured and killed right in front of us, and you're saying you're going to just go and sacrifice yourself again? Immortal or not, value your life a little, Izuka, he scolded. The Phoenix girl smiled sadly. I know. Believe me, I don't enjoy this. It hurts a lot. You can't imagine how bad having parts of you decayed feels. But I don't want any of you to feel that. All of you, all of Class 1A are my friends and letting you get hurt would be more painful than taking the blows for you. Then we'll need to have a plan. Todoroki stepped forward. Katsuki was still holding down Kurogyari and Todoroki's ice was holding Numu, who was suffering from the burns Izuka's revival inflicted. Shigaraki was also occupied, his eyes fixed on Izuka as he submerged his burnt hand in the fountain. Midoriya, you came up with a plan to defeat me and my team in the combat test. Think you can do the same here? Izuka nodded and looked around, examining both her enemies and allies. 13 and Aizawa were out of commission, though Aizawa was valiantly pushing his stamina to the limits by continuously sealing Shigaraki's quirk. The rest of Class 1A were mostly healthy, a few bumps and bruises but otherwise unharmed. Their main problem was exhaustion. Many had likely used their empowered quirks too much and worn themselves out. Only Tsuyu, Minoru, Katsuki, Todoroki, Momo and Ochako were at full strength. All Might was a bit wounded from Numu's claws, but he could still be counted on as their main fighter. As for the villains, Numu was weakened by burns and ice, Kurogyari was trapped and Tamura was hurt and effectively quirkless. It looked like an easy fight, but Izuka knew better. If Shigaraki was so calm, it meant he still had a chance. Okay guys, I have a plan. Firstly, everyone except Tsuyu, Minoru, Kaken, Todoroki, Momo and Ochako needs to get out of here. Head to the exit and get outside USJ. That Numu was able to last this long and was likely designed to fight All Might, so I need everyone not at 100% out of the fight, she instructed. A few people grumbled, but none argued. If Izuka was going to get herself killed protecting them, then it was better they stayed out of the battle. Centipeder begrudgingly led the group away, leaving Izuka, All Might and the 6 named students behind to fight. As they left, Izuka explained the plan, reopening links with the 6 students, as the old links were severed by her death. 6 links was technically over her limit, but Izuka could handle it. With Aizawa gone, Shigaraki felt his quirk returning and straightened up. With the little bird back, the brats are going to be a problem. Numu, kill the explosive brat and take back our warp gate, the man ordered. To the shock of the heroes, Numu began to struggle, his frozen body breaking apart as he pulled himself up. As soon as the frozen pieces of flesh fell away, they began to regrow, restoring Numu's right side. With his restored arm, Numu tore at his own burns, ripping away the damaged tissue and allowing it to regrow. Diamenet, I thought his quirk was shock absorption. All Might cursed. I never said that was all he could do. This is his hyper-regeneration. Numu is our masterpiece, the trump card to kill you, All Might. Shigaraki roared as Numu lunged towards Katsuki. All Might leapt to intercept the attack and was punched by a nasty left hook, sending the pro hero flying back. With All Might momentarily out of the way, Numu continued his attack, aiming to kill Katsuki with a mighty blow. Thankfully for Katsuki, he had trained against All Might alongside Izuka and was able to leap upward, putting his hands on Numu's arm as he jumped over the creature's punch. The explosive boy continued his leap, and with a small explosion to alter his trajectory, he shot himself downward with a vicious elbow drop into the beast's exposed brain. Numa didn't react, so Katsuki continued his attack by slapping both palms against Numu's eyes, then back-flipping off of the creature, landing beside his classmates. Izuka, your DMN resurrection takes too long. The class was freaking the F out. Give me the plan, he ordered. Izuka obeyed and the other 5 just gaped. You knew? Ochako said accusingly. Of course if I knew. Who do you think keeps this idiot from killing herself all the DMN time? All the U-Data teachers know too. Katsuki smirked. Ochako sulked. Izukan, we're definitely talking about this later. Since Katsuki was away from Kurogyri, the warp villain was able to straighten up, and since he was free, Numu lost interest in attacking Katsuki. At least until Shigaraki spoke again. Numu crushed the kids. Kill the little bird too. If she's down, she can't save the brats, he ordered. Numu silently obeyed, running at the group only to suddenly slam into All Might. The two exchanged a few blows before Numu was sent skidding back towards the villains. You took a few blows there, hero. Using yourself to protect the brats, it infuriates me. That's the same garbage you taught the little bird. She actually got herself killed to protect those pathetic worms. Tell me, hero, what justice is there in someone great dying for someone worthless? Shigaraki declared. Izuka narrowed her eyes as Tsuyu and Minoru looked down. Ignore him, you two, she said, flashing them a smile. You are not pathetic or worthless. Minoru, you saved Tsuyu just as much as I did by choosing me in Tamura's game, plus you were instrumental in winning our battles in the combat trial. Tsuyu, without you, Minoru would have died in the flood zone and I would have probably drowned too after zapping the villains. You're both heroes and my friends. All Might grinned, the first smile he'd worn since arriving at USJ. Young Izuka is correct. We all have our parts to play. My girl, I heard your plan. I'll give you the opening, he declared, charging at Numu. The artificial human ran forward too, and the two met in the middle with a mighty shockwave. The moment the two collided, Izuka flew at Tamura, flames surrounding her to protect her from Tamura's quirk. Even if he touched her, her flames would burn him, and with the damage done to his right, if he used it again, it would likely be reduced to ash, meaning he'd have to use his left. But truthfully, Shigaraki wasn't who she was aiming for. As predicted, Kurogyri moved between them, opening a warp gate. The gate would likely lead to the villain base, since his goal was to catch Izuka, but at the last minute, Izuka swooped upwards. Minor now, she yelled. Kurogyri's eyes widened as he suddenly found himself knocked to the floor again, this time by the small form of the great boy slamming into his neck brace. He struggled, but found he was stuck to the ground by a mass of purple ball, rendering him unable to move. Izuka smiled as phase 1 of her plan was successful. Ochako made Minoru float, and then with a bit of thread created by Momo, he had been tied to Izuka so that when she flew at Kurogyri, Minoru was hidden behind her and her flames, completely out of sight of the villains. Then when she swooped up, she'd swung the small boy at the villain's weak point, pausing long enough for him to trap Kurogyri with his pop-off ball before flying back to safety. With their escape route cut off, it was time to take out the muscle of the villain attack. Numu was still engaged in a punch-up with All Might, each reflecting the other's blows with their own. All Might was testing the creature's quirk. It was shock absorption, not negation, so there had to be a limit at some point. It would be easy for All Might to send the creature flying, but considering they'd already had one death today, they didn't want to risk Numu rampaging wherever he landed. However, the group had already identified one weakness. Numu couldn't use his regeneration on burnt areas. He had to manually tear those parts away to allow himself to heal, so if they could burn him deeply enough, they might be able to stop his healing altogether. Numu took a furious uppercut to the chin, All Might launching him several feet into the air. From there, Katsuki smirked. You know, Those fancy moves earlier wasn't just to look cool. I worked up a real good sweat, and practically covered that ugly BSRD in it. With a snap of his fingers, all of his sweat on Numu detonated, causing the upper layers of flesh to be burnt away. Katsuki grinned at his handiwork. With his quirk evolved by Izuka, he could remotely convert his sweat into nitroglycerin, even if it didn't come from his palms. He could also detonate it remotely, draining a good chunk of his stamina, but blowing the sheet out of his foes from a distance. The crippled form of Numu landed in front of the heroes, and Izuka immediately bathed it in fire, unleashing as much as she could to stop the slow regeneration of Numu. As her fire was reaching its zenith, Izuka felt herself growing stronger and turned her head, noticing that Todoroki had placed his hand against her back and was currently pumping his own flames into her. His entire left side ignited. "Todoroki," she whispered. "I cost you your life once already because I refused to use this. I still hate this flame, but if it'll save lives, then I have no choice," Todoroki said. The girl smiled at him. "Thank you." The two kept up their fiery assault until finally, they let up and ended the attack, revealing what was left of Numu, a metallic skeleton. The creature must have had a quirk that turned his bones into metal to support his strength, but with all its flesh and internal organs burned away, it was nothing but a giant metal sculpture now. Shigaraki looked on with widening eyes. "No way, you brats cheated and killed my Numu." Katsuki sneered at him. "Don't worry, you're next," he yelled, running forward, All Might running behind him. Tamura growled and raised his hands, ready to destroy both these bothersome blondes, only for All Might to suddenly dodge to the side and Katsuki to be suddenly pulled back by a bungee cord produced by Momo. "A feign?" Shigaraki cursed, only to be blindsided by a sudden flurry of snow. He spun around to see All Might had Todoroki stuck to his back with Minoru's quirk, and he was currently blasting Tamura with snow. From his other side, the villain was sudden blasted with sand. Katsuki had touched down on the ground and used the bungee cord to swing Momo into the fray, and she was currently created sand at a remarkable rate. Lastly, Izuka also joined the fray, using her link with Todoroki to mimic his snow flurry while Tsu kept her tongue wrapped around a non-flaming part of Izuka's waist. The moment Tamura swung to try and decay one of them, All Might would dodge away and Momo and Izuka would be pulled away by their partners, both of them weightless thanks to Ochako's quirk. Izuka grinned. "I learnt 3 things from all those games you made me play, Tamura. First, you can only decay things that you can put all 5 fingers to, so powdery attacks like snow and sand are effective. Second, if I overstimulate you with physical sensations, swirling sights and targets that move out of range, you'll become easily confused. And third, when you become confused, your strategic mind fails and you become like a tantrum-throwing kid." Tamura growled like an animal. "These FNG heroes have corrupted you. But I won't lose," he suddenly smirked. "That Numu you killed was designed to take down All Might. I have another for you." Izuka paused and suddenly she couldn't breathe. Gasping for air, Izuka's flames died out and she collapsed to the ground, no longer able to keep up her attack. Out of concern, the others stopped their attacks too. "Look!" Mineta shouted, pointing to a spot a few feet from Izuka. A child-sized reptile was clinging to the floor, its scales refracting light around it, but its head was exposed as it used a strange hole on its tongue to create a vacuum around Izuka, skiing away her air. The reptile had a strange, toothless mouth and an exposed brain, identifying it as another Numu. Tamura, with the attention off him, leapt away with a giddy grin. "That is the anti-Phoenix Numu. It is designed to perfectly counter you, little bird. It can create vacuum spaces to suffocate your flames. It can use a powerful suction to force you to fly towards it. It can swallow your body in any condition and is fireproof from the inside to keep you trapped. Its saliva even acts as a weak toxin that coagulates BLD and alters it enough that your quirk can't use it for healing. Plus, it has a handy camouflage quirk built in." All Might growled. "But can it take a punch?" he yelled, jumping and aiming a punch at the small Numu. The creature squawked like a bird and jumped out of the way of the blow, releasing Izuka in the process. The girl immediately gasped for air and reapplied her flames to cover herself. Thankfully the boys had been too concerned to notice her momentary ennui. Just as the lizard Numu was about to pounce on Izuka, It was shot in the tongue, causing it to sprawl to the ground with a whine. The heroes and villains both looked up to the entrance, where they witnessed the arrival of a small army of pro-heroes. Nizu and Recovery Girl led the entire Udata staff into the USJ, accompanied by the Wild Pussycats, Water Hose, Bubble Girl of the Sir Night Eye Agency, and another hero that Izuka recognized as Telecaster, a pro-hero that could convert himself and others into electromagnetic waves that could pass through phone connections, both physical and satellite. It was likely his quirk that allowed the non-Udata heroes to arrive so soon. Sorry we're late, y'all. We had to evacuate the other students along the way. Snipe greeted, lifting the rim of his hat with his pistol. Tamura sighed, I guess now it really is game over. Time to retreat, he whined. Kurogyri was free, Tamura having decayed his bindings while the heroes were dealing with the new Numu. Before anyone could stop them, the lizard Numu used its light refraction to momentarily blind everyone and allow Kurogyri to warp it away. By the time everyone could see, the Numu was gone and only Tamura's head was still visible in Kurogyri's warp gate. We may have lost this time, but next time, we'll kill you, All Might. We'll take the little bird back too. Tamura grinned and looked to Izuka, you'll be home again soon? Sensei will ensure it? Izuka froze, Sensei, impossible. He couldn't mean all for one? She'd reduced him to ash. There was nothing left. There was no way he could have survived. She gasped. There was also no way to prove he truly died. What in tarnation is going on? Snipe asked aloud. They fled as soon as we showed up. It makes sense since they were on their last legs, but after such a dramatic attack, it seems kind of anticlimactic. Midnight commented. Nizu hopped off BLD King's shoulders. They took us off guard, even after yesterday's attack and the threatening letter, we still weren't prepared. But let's concern ourselves with the students' well-being for now, he said, walking towards the group of 7 students. I hear you discovered Miss Midoriya's secret? I ask that you keep it a secret, even from friends and family. It is extremely important. I've already extended this warning to the group outside. We won't tell. Ochako promised. With a quirk like that, if it got out, she'd be targeted. We'll protect her. Momo added. I owe her, so I'll keep quiet. Todoroki said simply, Mineta nodding along. Resurrection sounds amazing, but it's a scary thing to witness. Izuka, please don't die again. So you said. Izuka sighed, leaning into Katsuki's arms as she released the links. I can't make any promises, but I will try, she smiled, her body shaking from the slowly dissipating adrenaline. Now where are Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei? I need to heal them. No, Nizu said firmly. You've done very well, Miss Midoriya, but from this point, you follow my orders. You are going to go to the nurse's office and stay there until your parents pick you up. The rest of you will be checked out at the medic tent being set up outside. We pros will round up the rest of the villains still here. School will likely be cancelled for the next day or so you are all to rest. Aizawa was already muttering about putting you in lifelong detention, Midoriya. I wouldn't push it. Izuka gulped and bowed her head. There was no arguing with Nizu when he put his foot down, so she hugged her friends, Minoru didn't even make it pervy, and gave Kaken a chaste embrace on the lips before allowing Recovery Girl to lead her away to the nurse's office. The other 6 students were soon skirted out, allowing All Might to leave his hero form with a sigh. That girl, every villain she encounters kills her. I'll be gray before she graduates. Toshinori complained. No doubt. That girl is going to put us all through a lot in the coming years, but we can't deny that without her, many students would have died today. It was only thanks to her that we knew something was happening. Nizu replied. Toshinori stared up at the sky wistfully. Everyone in Class 1A watched the villain torture and kill her. Shigaraki probably thought it would crush their resolve, but I could see it in their eyes. He galvanized them. Each was so furiously determined, and upon seeing Izuka resurrect, it was like watching children experience Christmas for the first time, the pure joy they felt. The League of Villains made a very powerful enemy today, or should I say 19 very powerful enemies. The pro-hero was also concerned with what Shigaraki had said. All for One was still alive? It was certainly possible, There was no body after Izuka's attack 5 years ago, and with the number of quirks that man stole, it was possible he had found a way to escape. Toshinori would be staying on guard from now on. Nizu smiled. A lot had happened. Class 1A had experienced death and their first battle with villains. Only time would tell what consequences these events would have, but the principal was certain of one thing. He'd be having to sign off on a new club, the Midoriya Protection Squad. Following the incident at the USJ, Yae was all over the news, and the villains, Shigaraki and Kurogiri, had become infamous. The news hadn't mentioned any students by name, but had reported that 2 teachers and a student were badly hurt, with the student nearly dying. Class 1A knew this was Izuka, and was also a lie. She had died, but they couldn't report that for obvious reasons. Aizawa and 13 had been taken to hospital and treated. 13 had the lesser injuries, mainly lacerations across their back and upper arms, but thankfully, their life wasn't in any danger and they were expected to make a full recovery. Aizawa-sensei was a different case. His arms were smashed to splinters, his face was fractured, and the bones around his eyes had been badly damaged, which might eventually cause his eyesight to deteriorate, though he was also expected to recover. Unsurprisingly, school was cancelled. The USJ incident happened on a Thursday, so the students had Friday and the weekend off to recuperate. What minor injuries Class 1A had were easily healed by Recovery Girl, and their stamina was quickly restored after some rest. Inko Midoriya had gone ballistic after hearing Izuka had died and Toshinori had been injured by Numu, but she'd stopped scolding them long enough to cry and fuss over them. Izuka wasn't exactly grounded, but she was kept inside for the 3-day break, her mother begging her to take it easy. Thanks to the girls in class, Izuka's number had circulated and now everyone in class had it, so Izuka spent her weekend chatting with them and texting, promising to reveal all on Monday. Now that it was Monday, Izuka was pacing around the den, her parents and Katsuki watching with amusement. I knew my quirk would probably come out eventually, but I didn't expect it to be our 4th day of class. I've got no idea how to explain everything. Izuka complained. Just tell them the truth. There's no need to hide it now, her mother offered. There's no point either. Froggy worked it out pretty damn fast. Katsuki added. That's not what I mean. Izuka said, sitting down with a whine. How much of the truth can I tell them? Toshinori smiled softly. Agent Nest will be coming to class today to get everyone to sign non-disclosure agreements. He'll stop you if you start to say anything classified. But what about you? Izuka said quietly. I don't like lying to my friends. They were all so worried about me. I've gotten scolded by all of them at least once for not telling them. Can I tell them you're my dad? The pro paused. He wanted to just say no, but in the grand scheme of things, discovering Izuka was his stepdaughter was probably less surprising than discovering she was immortal. It's not like it could put any more of a target on her. Her Phoenix and Evolution quirks already made her the #1 target of everyone who knew. There will be conditions, he said sternly. You can tell the class about our relationship, but not about One for All. Also, if you tell the other students, I'll have to be harder on you in class to show I'm not being biased. Really? That's great. Thank you, Papa, she squealed happily, lunging forward to hug the man. Toshinori chuckled, hiding a grimace as Izuka brushed against his wound. The battle with All for One had knocked him down to 70% of his true power, but Numu aggravating the wound combined with him forbidding Izuka from healing it had further reduced him to 50%. All Might could still safely use half his power, and if he was willing to risk his health, he could boost himself to 100%, but there was a time limit and if it expired, he couldn't fight at all until his stamina returned. All right, you and Katsuki need to get ready to leave, Toshi said, patting his daughter's head. We are ready. We've been ready since before Deku started agonizing. Katsuki smirked. Shut up, Lilbaku. Izuka snapped with a blush, which grew darker at Katsuki's infuriating grin. I'm coming too. Inko suddenly announced, I'm entrusting my baby's secrets to these children, as well as my husband's. I want to speak to them personally. Mom, you don't have to, Izuka said, being wrapped in her mother's embrace. I do. Your classmates saw you die. As your mother, I have a duty to ensure they're all right and to properly entrust our safety to them. The girl groaned a bit, but didn't argue. Her mother was as stubborn as her, so there was no dissuading her. The three Yagi Midoriyas piled into Toshinori's car along with Katsuki and drove off to Yuga, ready to get the explanations over with. They met Nizu and Agent Nest at the entrance, discovering that Izuka and Katsuki were the last 1A students to arrive, the others having been called in early. Nest sighed a bit as Toshinori told him the new plan. "You people are far too kind-hearted." "Whatever, let's get this done," he complained, ruffling Izuka's hair before leading them to Class 1A. The moment Izuka and Katsuki entered the room, they were met with a surge of shouted greetings and happy smiles. Momo was at the front of the class and quickly had everyone back to their seats. "Izuka, I'm so glad you came." "Oh, Principal Nizu, good day, sir." Nizu chuckled, "Good day, Miss Yayorozu. As you can all see, we have a few guests with us today. These are Agent Nest from the government, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Yagi Midoriya, Miss Midoriya's parents. They've come to help explain some of what happened at the USJ. Now, let us begin. The principal's words were cut off by the classroom door opening and, "Mummy?" Stepping into the classroom. "Izawa-sensei?" Several students shouted. "That goes beyond pro." Izawa-sensei hobbled in, much of his face covered in bandages and his arms in slings. "Morning," he said simply. Nizu and Toshinori both facepalmed. They hoped he wasn't planning on seriously scolding Izuka for her recklessness while wrapped up like an Egyptian exhibit. For her part, Izuka looked like she was violently twitching at the sight, pink flames flickering in and out of existence around her hands. "Izawa-sensei," she suddenly yelled, "of all the irresponsible? If Recovery Girl could see you, she'd knock you out and send you to the hospital." The man raised an eyebrow through his bandages, and inwardly winced at the pain it caused him. "You have no right to be talking about irresponsible, Midoriya," he said blankly. "I'm healing you," Izuka declared, conjuring her pink flames. Izawa put a hand up. "Oh no you're not," he frowned, only for Izuka to give him a rebellious look. "I'm already in detention for the rest of my life, right? You can't stop me," she said, a smile on her face that would look more at home on Katsuki. "You can't, my injuries are too much." "You'll pass out from BLD loss," he retorted, his tone making it sound like he had won some sort of battle of wits. Kirishima grinned impishly and stood up. "Well then she can use some of mine," he said. "Your healing needs a drop of BLD from the patient, but it doesn't matter where the rest comes from, right?" "AG, I can't ask you to do that," Izuka protested. "You didn't ask him," Kaminari said, standing up as well, "just like you didn't ask me." "We're still doing it." "Yeah. Izawa-sensei got hurt defending us. The least we can do is help heal him," Ochako added, hopping to her feet. "Stupid Deku will kill herself again if we don't. I'll give some BLD to keep you standing, dumb but mummy." Katsuki smirked. Izawa watched, equally annoyed and touched by his students' concern, as every single one stood up to offer BLD. Even Inko got into it and offered some, "For taking care of my daughter," she said. Using Sato's pocket knife to slash their palms, each of his students placed their bleeding hands into the pink flames as Izuka began her work, slowly peeling away bandages. His arms cracked painfully as the pieces snapped back together. His bruises protested as they melted away and his face felt like it had been repeatedly slapped as the damage there was healed. Izuka was just finishing up when Izawa grabbed her hand. "That's enough," he ordered. "But the wound is still there. I healed the damage to the bone, so you won't lose vision, but if I leave it half-finished, it'll scar." Izuka protested. "Good. It'll remind me not to be so foolish next time." "Now heal the other's hands," he said, reapplying some gauze to the gash beneath his right eye. Izuka pouted but obeyed. With 20 people in addition to herself offering BLD, Izuka had been able to heal Izawa without any noticeable weakness in herself or the others. She easily healed the cuts that her classmates had made and they all went back to their seats with smiles, smirks, and cocky grins. Izawa-sensei sighed and bowed his head. "Thank you for helping me. You're all good kids," he straightened up. "You've also all got detention." "Demon kids," he grumbled, taking his seat and allowing the class's visitors to do what they came to do. "Well, that was chaotic," Nest muttered with a smirk. Izawa shot him a long-suffering glare. Nest continued, I am Agent Nest. I assist the government in the classification, management and hiding of rare and powerful quirks. As you've all become aware of Miss Midoriya's quirks, codenamed Phoenix and Link Evolution, I've been called in to ensure she doesn't accidentally reveal classified information, as well as have you all sign non-disclosure agreements. I will leave the actual explanations to Miss Midoriya, so you can ignore me for now, he said, handing the agreements to the students. Read those and sign them before leaving the room. Nest told them as he headed to the corner of the room. All right, Midoriya, it's all you. Take your time, normal classes aren't being held today. Nisa said. Izuka nodded and stood in front of the class, her mother on her left and her father on her right. It's kind of a long story. The first thing I should say is that I have 3 quirks. My real quirk, the one I was born with, is called Phoenix. It gives me the wings, fire control, healing and immortality. The second one is the one I showed you all in USJ, Link Evolution. I don't fully understand the science behind it, but it was a quirk artificially created by All for One and then put inside me when I was his prisoner. It lets me make special links with people so I can talk to them mentally and use their quirk, but it also permanently powers up that person's quirk. Yeah, a lot of us got some crazy new powers after linking with you at USJ, Kirishima said. It's kind of weird though, we can use our old powers easily, but the new ones are really tiring. Not all of them though. Ochako pointed out, I can use my quirk a lot easier now. I don't get sick as easily even when not using the powered-up mode. Izuka nodded. Link Evolution seems to have 2 effects. The first is adaptation, which evolves your body to better suit your quirk. If any of you had drawbacks, they've likely disappeared or lessened, making your quirks more like those from the beginning of the quirk age. The second is the power-up. The class nodded in understanding. At the beginning of the quirk age, the so-called origin quirks were incredibly powerful, gradually weakening and diluting through the generations, which resulted in some people having quirks that were harmful to them or unsuited to their bodies. You know, calling our super quirks by a ton of different names is kind of annoying. Kaminari commented. Do you have a better idea? Kyoka asked. The lightning boy thought on it for a moment, then snapped his fingers. I know. We'll call it Plus Ultra Mode. It works perfectly. Heck yeah. All in favor of calling it Plus Ultra Mode, say aye. Kirishima declared. The entire class said aye, so it was quickly accepted. So Izuka, say. From Phoenix and Link Evolution, what's your third quirk? I assume it's the strength, since you didn't mention that as part of Phoenix. Tsuyu pointed out. Izuka nodded. The third quirk is a strength augmentation quirk. I got it while I was All for One's prisoner. It was technically true, from a certain point of view. I didn't name it and just kind of treat it as part of Phoenix. Also technically true, Izuka didn't name one for all. It's strong on my body though. If I use too much, I break my limbs. I've adjusted enough to use it fairly safely, but I usually prefer to rely on my fire. That's pretty amazing. It SES how you got those powers, but they're really cool. Siro commented. Ochako shakily raised her hand. Izuka, can you tell us more about All for One and what happened? Izuka gulped. I can. It's not a nice story, but I don't mind telling it. It started on my 9th birthday. And like that, Izuka spent much of the next hour telling her classmates exactly what had happened. She told them how Katsuki had been the original target, how she'd been thought of as quirkless, and even how she'd been murdered, which was the moment her quirk manifested. She told them of the cruel experiments and Tamura's games that tore her apart again and again. She told them of how she was strictly educated and molded to be a weapon for the villains. She told them of the mental conditioning, the repeated attempts to force her to hurt and kill others. She told them of the rescue and how she'd been the one to kill All for One, or so she had thought. She even told them of how her Bardage father had come back into the picture to try and claim her now that she had a quirk. By the time she was done, Izuka was fairly tired, drained by the emotional outpouring. Her eyes were glued to the floor, not wanting to see the expressions of her classmates as they silently took in what she told them. She feared their reactions, her timid side emerging again. Would they fear her for what she'd done? Would they think she was secretly a villain? Would they shun her? Izuka had faith in her class, but she wouldn't blame them for thinking those things. Killing the mindless Numis had been one thing, but a human was another thing altogether, villain or not. Oh my god! Ochako finally muttered, before leaping to her feet with a sob. Izuka flinched, thinking her friend was about to flee the room, but instead, the gravity girl ran and hugged her close, sobbing into her shoulder. You went through so much. They really hurt you. How can you still be so kind? Huh. Izuka was dumbfounded as she looked to Kaken for help. He just smirked. What, did you think Round Face and the others would ditch you? You're a hero, stupid little rabbit. Izuka didn't know how to answer as the other girls in the class stood to hug her as well, resulting in a group hug in the middle of class. Even Tokoyami's dark shadow had popped up, nuzzling into Izuka's cheek and making her giggle at the funny little chirps it made. You guys, you're really the best, you know that? Izuka muttered, unable to stop her own happy tears. When we thought you were dead, a lot of us thought a lot of things about you. About what we wanted to say and what we thought we'd never get the chance to say. Momo said, so over the weekend, I went around everyone's houses and made this. She handed a little card to Izuka with a smile. The card was handcrafted by Momo, without her quirk, and had several pages inside, all with a message from a classmate to Izuka. With tears in her eyes, Izuka read the messages. Mademoiselle, you are easily the second biggest star in this class. Let us continue to twinkle together. Aoyama, thank you for all you did for me at the USJ. I'm going to be your big sis now, just like Momo. No arguing, embrace it lil sis. Love Mina. I would have been killed if not for you. I kind of want to yell at you for sacrificing yourself, but even if I did, you'd still do it again. You're that kind of hero. Let's work together when we're pros. Love to you. You inspired me, Izuka. My brother had always been a hero to me, and now you are as well. I promise to work strong so I never freeze again. Next time, I will save you. Warm regards, Tenya Ida. Izuka, you're super nice and strong, and you cared enough about me to get mad when I was hurt in the panic at lunch. I want to be a great hero like you, so I'm going to work really strong. Let's continue to be friends and rivals. Love, Ochako. Midoriya, you're a great fighter. I really like your style. Also, thanks to you, I can do some interesting things with my tail now. If you ever want to train, feel free to ask me. I'll be happy to give you pointers. Bojiro, little bunny, you're a super cool girl. You saved my dumb butt 3 times, so I owe you 3 big favors. Don't go dying until I pay them all back. Kaminari. Izuka, you're the manliest girl in class, and I mean that in the best way possible. Thanks to you, I was able to push my hardness to a new level and look really awesome doing it. I can help a lot more people now, so in the future, if the class needs a shield, let me go first before you risk yourself. Also, I'm totally your bro now. Love, big bro Ijiro. Midoriya, you're very nice. Thank you for learning how to sign hello, just for me. I don't like talking, but if you ever want to someone you can talk to, then I'll be there. I'm good at keeping secrets. Also, please don't die again, it makes me sad. Koda. Yo Midoriya. I'm making a big cake in celebration of you coming back to life. It's kind of like a birthday in a weird way. I'm sorry I hurt myself a while back, I'll be more mindful in future. Also, don't go getting killed. If you die again, I won't make you any sweets for a week, tongue sticking out. Let's bake together sometime soon. Sato. Midoriya, you have a kind heart and are humble, despite your strength. You have my respect. Please call on me if you require anything. I will be watching you, so stay healthy. Shoji. Izuka, I swear I'll kick your butt if you go and die again. Still, I'm super glad you're alright. Also, I need to thank you for healing my ears back in the combat trial. I don't know what I'd do if I lost my hearing. Keep being an awesome hero, just don't die to do it, okay? Kyoka. Hey Midoriya. I know we don't know each other well yet, but I want to say you're a great person. Your quirk is amazing, but I'll be real with you, it scares me a bit. Try not to die too often, right? Let's get to know each other better in the future. Zero. Midoriya, I am glad you returned from the land of the dead. I'll be honest, seeing you die, I was introduced to a realm of darkness that I didn't like. You are a beacon for all of us in this class, and it would be bad for us if our beacon went out, even if it was only temporary. Dark Shadow also likes it when you sneak him food, but I ask you don't do it often as it all ends up in my stomach. Yes, I did notice. Let us continue forth as comrades. Fumikage Tokoyami. Honestly, I don't feel like I deserve to be a part of this, but Yayarozu insisted. Midoriya, I did something unforgivable at the USJ. I let my issues with my father stand in the way of saving another person's life, and that resulted in your death. I don't ask forgiveness, I know I don't deserve it, but I swear I will do better. Using my fire, it is still an issue. Perhaps I'll explain to you why. I owe you at least that much. I'm sorry. Todoroki. Izuka. Gosh, I've no idea how to write what I'm feeling right now. Thank you for saving us all. You for always trying to look me in the eye and not overlooking me. Thank you for putting up with my babbling. I even babble in letters, weird right? I want to be friends for a really long time, so please don't get hurt. I love you. Kaken. P.S. You owe me for writing something so sappy and for getting your butt killed. Finji Ponytail is squealing like crazy. We're going on a date to that awesome Korean barbecue. Hey Izuka. Is it okay that I used your first name? You used mine at USJ, so I guess this makes us even? I wanted to say thanks, you didn't deserve to be hurt for my sake. I know I say a lot of stuff that creeps out girls, but before I always figured they'd hate me anyway, so I just said what I wanted. But with you, it feels kind of creepy since you're so nice. Sorry I said inappropriate stuff. I know I'm a pervert, but I guess this is the first time I felt really bad about it. You're an amazing hero, Izuka. Thank you for not hating me. I owe you everything. Minoru. I'm last. I wanted to do this in seat order, so it came out with me on the end. I've seen all the notes others have written and by now, so have you. You know how much everyone in class loves you and cares for you. I know I can't stop you from sacrificing yourself for others, but in the future, please value your life as much as all of us value it. Love Big Sis Momo. Izuka felt tears pouring down her face, but she couldn't care less. She just felt so overwhelmingly happy. She'd lived her life as a friendless, quirkless girl, then a freak experiment, then the secret child of All Might. But now she was a girl with friends. Real friends. Class 1A loved her, and she loved them. Unable to keep it all in, her emotions tumbled from her mouth in a flurry of words and promises. Aoyama, you're the biggest star in the world. Mina, I'd love to be your little sister. Tsuyu, I really want us to work together as pros. Tenya, you're one of my heroes too. Ochako, I'm gonna be the best rival and friend ever. Ojiro, I'd love to spar sometime, your fighting is amazing. Kaminari, I'm going to use all those favors, so keep being my friend. Big bro Ijiro, you're the manliest guy in class. Koda, I want to learn more sign language so we can talk. Sato, we're going to make the biggest cake ever and have everyone eat it together. Shoji, I respect you a lot too, so I'll be watching your health as well. Kyoka, I'm going to be an awesome hero and so are you. Suro, I want to get to know you more as well. Tokoyami, you and Dark Shadow are amazing, I want to spend more time with both of you. Todoroki, you're my friend no matter what, I'll always forgive you. Toru, I love your babbling, it makes you charming. Minoru, you're a good guy no matter what you think, even if you are a pervert. Momo, thank you so much for doing this for me. Kaken, I love you too. I love all of you so much. Thank you for being my friends. The all-girl group hug soon evolved into an entire class group hug, with even Todoroki and Tokoyami being roped in after a few glares from Katsuki. As the tears dried and everyone slowly separate, Katsuki grinned. Savor the moment, fuckers. This is the only time I'll let you get away with hugging my Izuka without an butt kicking, he said. Even us girls? Ochako asked with a wobbly lip. Nah, you girls are fine, unless I think you're trying to steal my girl, in which case, buttes will be kicked. Kyoka smirked. Even though we're girls? I'm an equal opportunity butt kicker. The teenagers laughed and the tension bled out of the room. Nizu, Nest and Aizawa smiled softly at the whole exchange. Tashinori hugged his wife to his side as Inko cried happy tears at her daughter having so many wonderful friends. Once everyone had finally calmed down and Izuka had convinced her friends to take their seats, she suddenly blinked, remembering the other thing she had to say. Oh, also, she pointed to her father. This is Toshinori Yagi, my stepdad. He's also all my... A moment of silence and then... What? Toshinori sighed. Smooth, my girl. Yes, I am all my... If you all stay calm, I'll answer your questions, he said, transforming into his hero form to prove his point. The class was awed and promptly shut up, though All Might could see them bouncing in their seats, eager to ask questions. Alright, I'll go over some facts first. All of this is protected information covered in those non-disclosure agreements. It is crucial for the safety of Izuka and her mother that you not reveal any of it. My real name is Toshinori Yagi. The form I'm currently in is my hero form, which infuses my body with my quirk and makes me appear larger and stronger. It's kind of like when guys go to the beach and posture a lot. Anyway, I met Inko after rescuing Izuka and allowed her and Izuka to live with me to protect them from Izuka's BLD father and any villains still hunting Izuka. Over time, Inko and I fell in love and married. Izuka and Inko are still Midoriyas legally, but we consider ourselves the Yagi Midoriya family. As I am a relative of Izuka, I am not responsible for any of her grading and I didn't give her the recommendation, nor did I influence it. She got into UA on her own merits. All Might explained. Kirishima looked over to Katsuki. I bet you knew already, right bro? Of course I was shitty hair. I practically live with them. I've got my own room in their house. Katsuki snapped. Izuka and I have been friends since we were babies. My mom and Auntie Inko are best friends. Inko stepped forward with a smile. That's true. Please forgive Katsuki's brashness. He's a very nice young man really. I wanted to meet all of my daughter's wonderful friends. She smiled brightly, making the class coo. Izuka definitely got her adorableness from her mom. We are Class 1A. Welcome, Mrs. Yagi Midoriya. Tenya said, leaping to his feet and running to grab a spare seat for the lady. I am Tenya Ida, a friend of Izuka's. Please, take a seat. Oh my, how kind. Inko giggled as she sat her day. I have heard of you, Tenya. Izuka said you are very straight-laced and responsible. My Izuka gets herself into all sorts of trouble, so please look out for her. We all will. Right? Ochako yelled, looking to the others for support, who gave it freely. You're so sweet. You must be Ochako Uraraka. Izuka mentioned you. She told me you're very kind and cheerful. I'm glad. You've helped cheer her up and boost her confidence a fair bit. Inko said, making Ochako blush and smile wider while Izuka tried to hide her own blush behind her father. In fact, I think I can name all of you from Izuka's descriptions. You're all she talks about, she said, then proceeded to correctly point out and name each member of Class 1A. It's kind of nice to know that even Mama Midoriya knows us. Toru cheered. Inko giggled, I like that nickname. Mama Midoriya? Izuka never calls me Mama unless she's really upset. Izuka whined, that's normal. I'm 15. You still call your father Papa though? Inko smiled mischievously at her daughter. Mom. Izuka squeaked, turning scarlet. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You're a daddy's girl, I bet you aren't the only one in your class. Besides, it was bound to happen. All Might has been your idol since you were old enough to walk and talk. Inko said, smiling wistfully as she remembered those simpler days. Tell us more about baby Izuka. Mina shouted eagerly, suppressing her giggles. Mom, don't. Oh come now honey, it's not so bad. Consider this some payback for worrying me so much. Said, petting her daughter's head. Thankfully, Inko only told one story that also included Katsuki, so the class didn't dare laugh too much for fear of setting off the explosive boy. It was the rather adorable and sappy story of when Katsuki first declared he'd marry Izuka when they grew up and how Izuka had walked around for the rest of the day with a happy glow to her face. It was a cute story, and when Siro teasingly asked Katsuki if he would go through with it, the explosive boy had growled and spat back. A promise is a promise, tape arms. Katsuki had hoped that would shut everyone up, but it had instead made the class think better of him. He decided this wasn't a bad thing. If Izuka's friends trusted and liked him, it would be easier to protect her from assholes. Eventually, after some playful banter and chattering with the students, Toshinori and Inko left, each embracing Izuka's cheeks before heading out. Nest also quietly excused himself, collecting everyone's non-disclosure agreements first. That left Class 1A with just Aizawa and Nizu, each of whom had some announcements to make before school resumed for real. Only the hero classes were present today, the others would be returning tomorrow. Aizawa-sensei stood up and ushered Izuka to her seat. Right, I've got 2 announcements to make. The first is that sometime this week, we'll all be going back to the USJ. It's been repaired and had the security increased, so it will be safe. You all need to complete the rescue trial. I'll understand if you have doubts about going back, but as heroes in training, you need this training, he told them, watching them sympathetically as more than one looked distressed by the idea. My second announcement is that while normal classes aren't being held today, hero classes are. This afternoon, we'll be heading to Gym Gamma for a special training session. Each of you has had your quirk improved by Midoriya's Link evolution, so we'll be seeing what you can do, the limits of your stamina and any of the more passive increases you've received. Midoriya, since Link evolution doesn't improve your own quirks, you'll be assisting me by linking with me and using my erasure to help keep the class under control. Aizawa explained, there will also be a second quirk apprehension test. In keeping with Kaminari's idea, consider it quirk apprehension plus ultra. The class chattered excitedly at that, each eager to try out their new abilities. Nizu smiled at their enthusiasm. I have a couple of exciting announcements as well. The first is the big one that will affect you the most. UA is officially converting to a boarding school. Whoa, what? A boarding school? Sato yelled. I wasn't expecting that. Tokoyami admitted, wide-eyed. Why the sudden change? Nizu hushed them, it isn't as sudden as you think. You see, only a minority of our students are actually local. Many live in neighboring cities and travel here by train, while others have to rent local apartments because their homes are so far away. UA usually subsidizes this, reimbursing students for rent, travel expenses, living expenses, etc. It is pretty expensive, so for the last few years, the teachers and governors have argued over whether the initial cost of building dormitories and hiring additional staff would be worth it. After the USJ attack, security was added to the issue and it was decided it would be best for the students to live on campus. Over the next 2 weeks, a Quirk-approved building company will be building a large number of dormitory complexes on school grounds, 1 for each class. When construction is complete, all students will be expected to move in. The teachers not on duty today are currently going around talking to your parents to make sure it's all right. Since we sprung this on you, all current students will be allowed to opt out, but all new students will not. In addition, the bursary office will no longer be covering expenses, so students that rent or travel by train will either need to pay for themselves or move to the dorms. Naturally, all teachers will be living on site too, unless they have families. Miss Midoriya, your parents are a small exception, but they'll explain it to you later. Wow. It's kind of cool, the idea of living at school. Toru commented. It is interesting. I think I'll opt in. Momo said. I definitely will. Ochako cheered. I rent an apartment 'cause my folks live in the countryside, but living with my friends in the dorms sounds so much better. It does sound cool actually. I'm in. Kyoka smiled. Nizu clapped. Excellent. Now my last announcement isn't as exciting, but it is important. Over the 3 days before the dorms are completed, the annual school sports festival is being held. It may seem ordinary after the villain attack, but it's crucial to demonstrate to the public that UA is secure and confident in its security. After all, our festival has taken the place of the Olympics in the hearts of the Japanese public. The nation's top heroes will all be watching. Momo said, they'll be there scouting us. Yeah, they'll be looking to hire us as sidekicks after we graduate. This is how we get our names out there. Kaminari grinned. And a lot of those sidekicks never go solo, remaining sidekicks forever. Kyoka deadpanned, that'll probably be you, Kaminari. You're kinda dumb. Hey, this event is very important for getting you an early entry to the world of professional heroism. You are here for 3 years, so you only have 3 shots at this. Nizu said, so work strong. Naturally, the rules remain the same as previous years, but we do have some additional unwritten ones. The principal looked to Izuka. Midoriya, Link evolution is forbidden on the day of the festival. If you use it, you'll be disqualified along with whoever you use it with. Naturally, as your Plus Ultra modes are now independent of Link evolution, you can all use them. Nizu hopped off of Aizawa's desk. Now I've got some important work to do. I leave the rest to you kids, he said before leaving. Aizawa just sighed. Right? I can never read that guy, he muttered, making the class sweat drop. Anyway, before we wrap up this morning, we've got one last thing to discuss. Mineta, this is all yours. The short boy flinched and shot Aizawa an annoyed look. You kind of dropped me in it now, sensei, he grumbled, getting to his feet and moving to stand at the front of the class. So, I was going to tell you all this later, but... Mineta gulped. After the sports festival, I'll be transferring to the general education department. What? But Mineta, why? You helped a lot in the USJ and combat trial, Toru exclaimed. This isn't because of what I did, is it? Izuka gasped. Mineta, I'm sorry I forced you to pick me in Tamura's game, but I knew I could handle it. Yeah, come on. Kyoka scowled. You may be a nasty little pervert, but it's not like any of us hate you. Mineta teared up a bit. Thanks for that. But this is something I decided during the USJ, and seeing Izuka come back to life and keep fighting just made me want to do it more. Before, I was only in the hero department because I wanted to look cool and get girls, but now I really want to be a great hero, like you guys. Katsuki scowled. So you wanted to be cool and join the hero department, but now that you really want to be a hero, you're dropping out to Gen Ed? That makes no goddamn sense. I know it sounds that way, but hear me out. Mineta sighed, seeing you all fight at I realized how different I was from all of you. I'm fairly smart and always thought I was good with my quirk, but I needed Izuka to help me come up with anything during the combat trial and USJ. I didn't have the real will of a hero like you guys do. Now that I want to be a real hero that everyone can count on, I don't feel like I deserve to stand on the same stage as you guys yet. So I'm going to go to general education and work my butt off and become amazing. Then next year, I'll go to the sports festival again and show everyone my new resolve and take back my seat in this class. No one really knew how to respond to that. Mineta looked pumped up, a confident and determined look in his eyes. It was almost strong to think of this boy and the perverted gremlin as the same person. Izuka was the first to respond, standing up and smiling at Mineta, the same determination in her own eyes. Okay, I'll be cheering you on, Minoru. Get really strong and come back, she said. Just work strong, Mineta. Your resolve is exemplary. Tenya cheered, making his enthusiastic gestures again. You were brave at USJ. I'll support you too. Tsuyu smiled. You even better get stronger, great midget. Katsuki yelled. After a declaration like that, I'll kill you if you disappoint us. Mineta smiled and choked down happy tears. All right. Aizawa watched his students, a faint smile hidden beneath his scarves. It had taken only a week and some serious adversity, but his little golden eggs were starting to hatch and come together. As he dismissed them all for lunch, he couldn't help but think. They're all annoying and take far too much energy to deal with, but I'm proud of them. Grow strong, my hatchlings, it only gets harder from here. As Class 1A walked to lunch, Izuka smiled happily, glad that her friends had mostly moved on from the topic of her quirk and parentage. Now, everyone had the same two things on their mind, their improved abilities and the sports festival. They were all sat together in the mostly empty lunchroom, Izuka flanked by Katsuki and Momo. Man, this has me so freaking pumped. Kirishima cheered. If we show our stuff at the festival, that's a big step towards going pro. You're pretty excited, huh? I'm not so sure myself. Izuka commented. You're not? This is our chance to add our names to the ranks of heroes. It seems right up your alley. Tenya pointed out. Izuka shrugged. I'm not really one for competition. I love watching the event though, but it doesn't usually showcase the sorts of things I want to show as a hero. It's a lot like the entrance exam, heavily suited towards combat types. Hey yeah, you're a hero nerd. What can you tell us about the event? Got any inside scoops from All Might? Kyoka asked with a teasing smile. Nope, today is the first I've heard of this year's event. Izuka said, before digging a notebook from her bag, but I have got a lot on the past sports festivals. Every one since I learned to write, except the year I was kidnapped. Even then, the league let me watch the event on a TV. Odd thing for the villains to do. Siro said as he watched Izuka flick through her notebooks. Know your enemy. Even for villains, it's sound advice. Tokoyami stated. Izuka grinned as she found the page she was looking for. This is my general analysis on the event. The first year portion has 3 events, the third of which is always a one-on-one battle tournament. The first event is usually a speed-based event meant to weed out large numbers, probably an obstacle course or some kind of triathlon. The second event is usually the most varied, but it is always a team event of some sort, like a cavalry battle, capture the flag or pole toppling. Everything else is different from year to year. It is pretty combative, isn't it? Tenya said, poring over Izuka's notes. A rescue and support specialist like yourself wouldn't get to shine as much in this kind of event. Still, these events do show teamwork, strategy, and reaction speed, which you excel at. Heck yeah, Ochako declared, an unusually determined, and slightly scary, expression on her face. Izuka, Tenya, at the sports festival, let's do our best, she declared. Geez, you're not looking very bright, even though that's what your name means. Mina commented. Ochako ignored Mina's words and leapt to her feet, pumping her fist into the air. Everyone, I'm gonna crush this. Yeah. Kirishima cheered, pumping his own fist too. Uraraka calmed down a bit, before pulling Izuka and Tenya away, dragging them from the lunchroom with a small blush and leaving the rest of the class with bewildered expressions. She pulled them all the way to a quiet, empty hallway before turning and facing them, both looking confused and a bit startled by her behavior. Ochako, what is going on? There was no need to drag us here, you could have just asked. Tenya scolded with his usual hand gestures. WL, I kind of wanted to confess something and you two are like the most dependable people in our class. Ochako said bashfully, rubbing her neck. What is it? If we can help, we will. Izuka assured her. Ochako looked down. It's what Mineta said. He's leaving the hero course because he entered it with the wrong mindset, right? So he's leaving until he feels worthy. It made me think of my own situation a little. Izuka tilted her head. I doubt you want to be a hero to look cool or get girls. Why did you want to become a hero? Money. Ochako confessed. I'm sorry, I know it seems really bad compared to your reasons. It's kind of embarrassing, especially since you both have such noble motivations. But there is nothing wrong with seeking a more comfortable lifestyle. Tenya said. Yeah, it's a little unexpected, but it's not a bad thing. Izuka added. Ochako perked up a bit, glad her friends weren't judging her. It's not really for me. My folks run a construction company but business is bad and so we're really struggling for money. Quirk licensed construction companies are so popular, the older mundane companies can't compete and acquiring both a Quirk license and workers with the appropriate quirks is just too expensive. She stared at her hands, remembering a memory from long ago. My quirk would have been really useful to my parents, but when I said I wanted to work for them when I grew up, my dad told me he and mom would be happier if I made my own dreams come true. So I want to become a great hero and earn lots of money, so they can take it easy, and I can send them on vacation to Hawaii. Izuka smiled. Ochako wasn't someone that just idolized heroes and so wanted to be one. She truly did want to help people, even if it was her parents. It wasn't a selfish longing, and Izuka couldn't help but admire it. Being a hero for the sake of others is the whole point of being a hero. I think you're on the right path, she said, patting the round-faced girl on the shoulder. It is a marvelous longing. Heroism not just for the sake of the people, but also to let your parents live easier lives. I stand in awe of your dedication. Tenya cheered, making Ochako blush more. Thanks you too. I knew I could count on you to cheer me up. At that moment, All Might in his hero form came charging down the hallway. Young Izuka. I've been looking for you, he grinned, coming to a stop and raising a small bento box made by his wife. Lunch? Wanna eat with me? Adorable. Daddy-daughter lunch. Ochako gushed, making Izuka blush and playfully swat her. You two head back. I'm going to stay with my dad, she told them before. Following All Might to the staff break room. After the two had sat down and made some tea, All Might deflated to his civilian form. Your mother has already headed home. I wanted to talk to you about the announcements Nizu made, he said, opening his lunch. The dorms and sports festival? Toshi nodded. That's right. As a teacher, I'm expected to live on campus too, unless I have a family to take care of. Your mother and I talked about it and we decided that now we know the League of Villains is definitely still after you and has an artificial human design to capture you. It would be better for your safety if you lived at U.A with me. But we can't. If both of us move here, Mom will be all alone. Izuka protested, only to be met by her papa's calming hand on her head. I know, my girl. This isn't set in stone yet. Your mother and I decided to follow your decision on this. If you accept to live at U.A, Principal Nizu has agreed to hire your mom as the dorm caretaker for Class 1 as dormitory. As she is a trained first aider and has a lot of experience in administration, she meets the requirements, plus that would give us an excuse for me to live in your dormitory with you. Normally, only your homeroom teacher would stay in your dorms. The teachers have lodging in a separate area. Toshinori explained. The wages aren't as good as your mom's current job, but between my hero pay and royalties from the use of my image, none of us actually need to work. Do you think you'd be all right with that? Izuka thought about it. She'd still have her mom and dad living with her, their family would be safer from villains, she'd be on campus most of the time so she could really train strong and she'd get to live with her friends. There wasn't a lot of downsides, though she would miss living in Toshi's house, but they'd always come back during breaks. But if Mom doesn't mind changing jobs, then I'd like us all to live here at UA. Izuka said. Excellent. It'll take some adjusting too, but I think this will be a great thing. Power Loader has the support classes working to strengthen our alert systems and create detectors keyed to Kurogiri. If any place will be safe from the League, it'll be here. Izuka nodded with a small smile. She couldn't help but wonder how much different her life will be now that UA was becoming a boarding school. She hoped all of Class 1A would want to move to the dorms, so they'd be together. Now that the League had made a move, Izuka was anxious about her friend's safety. Seeing the worry starting to creep onto his daughter's face, Toshinori hastened to change the subject. The dorm thing was sort of a family affair. What I wanted to talk to you most was something entirely to do with you, he told her. It's about the sports festival. The festival? What about it? Izuka asked, puzzled. Toshinori sighed. I'll be frank with you. The all-for-one incident cut my power down to 70%, and the most recent attack cut it further down to 50%. Call it a hunch, but I believe that before long, my power will disappear altogether. What? Why? And what does this have to do with the festival? Izuka exclaimed. Calm down, Izuka. This was inevitable and has been for 5 years. Toshinori said soothingly, one for all, as I told you before, is like a torch. Once it's passed on, the previous flame will slowly burn out. My MST told me that the longest anyone had lasted with it after passing it on was 10 years. We're at 5 and I've made it worse because of my injury. You saved my life the day I passed one for all to you, both by restoring my body and giving me a family. I am proud that you are my successor. He ran his long fingers through her hair, marveling at the softness of the appealing dark green curls. Izuka's eyes were shining again, tears threatening to spill over. Papa, she murmured, enjoying the feeling of her father stroking her hair. I'll be the best successor ever, I promise. I know, my girl. I may lose my power in the coming years, but I aim to stay alive for a long time. I want to see you become an even greater hero than me. I want to see young Katsuki keep his promise. I want to walk you down the aisle at your wedding and hold my grandkids in my arms. We've got a long road ahead of us, my dear, and it starts at the sports festival, Toshinori declared, smiling as brilliantly as he did in hero form. You want me to win? Izuka asked, looking determined. She wanted her papa to be proud of her, so if he wanted her to win, she'd do it. Truthfully, victory isn't that important here, the man replied. The U.A Sports Festival is an event watched by the entire country, no, the entire world. For us, for you, that means one thing. You, as the next symbol of peace, need to tell the world I am here. More than heroes, the people need hope. It's hope that turns everyday people into heroes, so I want people to look at you and feel hope. So it's not about winning the festival, but showing the public they can count on me? Exactly so. Your rescue from the all-for-one incident works well as a tragic low point, while your involvement in the Monkalama and USJ incidents show your devotion and progress to helping others. Izuka raised an eyebrow. Tragic low point? You make this sound like a comic book origin story. As corny as it is, that's exactly the case. A kid with no problems becoming a hero is a nice thing to hear about, but think of how people will react to you. A kidnapped and tortured child is rescued from evil and immediately saves the life of the #1 hero. She then devotes her life to helping others, proving her mettle by protecting civilians and her fellow students, all without asking for repayment, simply acting because it is the right thing to do. That sounds like an inspirational story, which will instill more hope in the people. As a symbol, you can't just beat villains and rescue people, you need to be an inspiration that makes people rest easy just because they know you're there. I see. Izuka's eyes widened. I'm not aiming to be just another hero, I'm aiming for the top. I need to give it my all and show the world that I'm working strong for their sake. Just, good girl. Keep that in mind, as well as how you felt when defending Waterhose and your classmates, and you'll definitely show the world who you are. Tashinori cheered. Izuka suddenly felt pumped up. She hadn't been too bothered about making a big showing at the festival, but with All Might's words in her ears, she couldn't help but be inspired to work harder and rise to the top. Now she just had to figure out how to do it while also staying true to the type of hero she wanted to be. She wanted to win without sacrificing her methods, or else the victory would be meaningless. She spent most of the rest of her lunch hour discussing this with her dad, who was happy to give her insights. Finally, she left 10 minutes before afternoon classes were due to begin, hoping to meet up with her friends before they began. As she raced to the lunchroom, she found Todoroki waiting for her. "Midoriya," he called. "Oh, Todoroki. Hi. Did you need something, or do you just want to talk?" Izuka asked kindly. "I wanted to talk. It's important. Do you mind coming with me to the roof?" Izuka blushed. That was definitely a confession-style venue. Todoroki wasn't going to confess, was he? She had no idea how to handle that. Plus, Kaken already seemed murderously angry with Todoroki for some reason. He didn't need another reason to be mad. "Oh sure. I'm pretty popular. Today. First Ochako wants to talk, then my dad and now you." She laughs nervously, hoping the mention of her father would scare Todoroki off it was a confession. Instead, the boy just nodded with his usual, neutral expression. That put Izuka at ease a bit. Either Todoroki was fearless, or it wasn't a confession. But if it wasn't a confession, Izuka wondered what it could be about as she silently followed Todoroki up to the roof of the school. Unlike most schools, Yudare's unusual shape meant there were two main rooftops with smaller ones dotted about for the walkways between the two main buildings and the small satellite buildings. Todoroki led Izuka to one that was between the two main buildings and had a canopy. This roof was used as a meeting spot for the school gardening club, and thus was full of plants, mostly vegetables and flower beds, though a large cherry tree was planted in the center. "Sorry to drag you away before class, but this is important," Todoroki began, leaning against the tree. "It's about what happened at the USJ." That gave Izuka pause. For some reason, Todoroki seemed to think it was his fault she died. Izuka wasn't sure why, but then again, when Tamura was torturing her, she wasn't exactly lucid as to what was happening 90% of the time. "Okay? What's up?" "Your death that day was my fault," Todoroki said simply, a flicker of pain in his eyes. "What? No, it wasn't. You had nothing to do with it. I was already caught by the time you arrived, and you couldn't have interfered without getting Tsuyu and Minoru killed too. I don't see how you're at fault," Izuka pointed out. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. "Did you not hear what Bakugo was yelling?" "I did kind of just have my leg decayed from my body," Izuka deadpanned. The dual-colored boy looked embarrassed. "Ah, fair point. When Azui and Mineta were free, Bakugo shouted for me to use my quirk to save you. I replied by saying I couldn't, that my ice would have caught you too and the shock might kill you in your injured state. Yeah, you were probably right. I still don't see how." The pieces fell into place and Izuka remembered the bit about fire in Todoroki's note to her. "Yes. Oh, the The boy scowled. You are completely immune to fire. Those 3 villains weren't. If I had used my fire, you wouldn't have been killed. Izuka frowned. This was why Todoroki felt responsible, and truthfully, as much as Izuka hated to admit it, he was at least a little bit right, but the girl wanted to comfort him, convince him that it was all right. But how would she do that if she partly agreed with him? I see, she began, still trying to bring the words she wanted together. I can't say you're completely wrong, but I can't say for sure that it would have ended well if you had used your flames. How so? Todoroki asked. The Numu that held me was fast, able to catch Tsuyu and Minoru from right beside me without me even having a chance to react, though admittedly, my senses were kind of dull from the links. Plus, Kurogiri was there and could have redirected your attack. To be honest, your flames might have saved me, or they might have been used to hurt you and the rest of the class. Ultimately, I think you made the right choice. You just had the wrong reasons, if you see what I mean. The boy blinked, surprised by her words. You know my reasons? Not exactly, though I can assume some things. I'm guessing it has something to do with your father and the burn on your face? I won't pry if you don't want to tell me, but I'd be happy to listen if you did want to. Izuka smiled softly. Todoroki sighed and sat down on a tree root. It seems I'm destined to break my pledge around you. First the combat trial and second during the USJ. Your flames were really valuable back then. Izuka cheered him on. If you hadn't been giving them to me, restoring my power, I might not have had the strength to finish off Numu. I don't know why you shrink away from your flames, but I don't think you should. I felt them, remember. I can't explain it well, but they felt like good flames. Todoroki chuckled darkly. Good flames, you say? I've never heard that before. You know, if you and All Might hadn't revealed your connection, I'd have asked you if you were his secret love child or something. Personally, given how similar you are, I find it kind of strong to believe you're just his stepdaughter. He paused for a moment. You know my father is Endeavor, the number 2 hero. It was a statement, not a question. Of course. Endeavor helped save me from All for One. Come to think of it, he actually gave me a birthday present that year too. It came with a card that mentioned he had a son my age. It ended kind of weirdly though. He said he hoped I'd prove a worthy rival. Izuka said, reminiscing to the little party they'd had in the hospital all those years ago. Did he now? That BSRD was already planning ahead. He's been competing with All Might for years. He thinks of your father as a roadblock and an eyesore. But he could never beat him on his own, so he came up with another plan. Todoroki said grimly. Izuka gulped. She had a feeling she knew where this was going. From what you mentioned about your biological father, I assume you are also the product of a Quirk marriage. The girl looked down. You too, huh? She mumbled. Todoroki nodded. You know how it is. During the 2nd and 3rd generation of the Quirk age, people with powerful quirks forced others into marriages to produce children with strong quirks. It isn't socially accepted now, and the people who do it are scorned. Of course, with my father being the number 2 hero, he covered it up. It was easy for him to convince my mother's family to accept the marriage. Yeah, I know the feeling. My dad is Hisashi Kentaro, 2nd son of the Kentaro family. He created me in the hopes of bringing a super powerful quirk into the family, a combination of a psychic type and his family's famed evolution. It sort of worked, but it didn't manifest normally, so he assumed I was quirkless and abandoned me. Though, from your expression, I think I ended up in a better position than you. Izuka said. I disagree. Endeavor and his training were bad, even abusive from a certain point of view, but I can't say it was as bad as being kidnapped and tortured. Still, I'd have rather been abandoned than raised as a tool by that human trash. Todoroki raised a hand to his scar. As I remember it, my mother was always crying. One day, she snapped and saw me as my father, or at least half of him. She told me she couldn't stand to see my left side, then poured scalding hot water on my face. Izuka turned pale. She had been burned before by the villains. Before the fire immunity of her quirk fully manifested, she couldn't imagine the pain the poor boy had experienced. At least for her, she died quickly and the wounds hadn't lingered. That is why I reject my left side. I don't ever want to use that man's quirk. Never using it, no. Rising to the top specifically without using it, if I do that, I'll have denied him everything. You're wrong. Izuka suddenly yelled. Todoroki startled and looked up at her, seeing the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. You aren't denying Endeavor. Even if you never use his quirk, he's still your father, just like Hisashi is still mine. What you're doing is denying yourself. If I cut off my entire left side, I wouldn't be able to live without it. It is a part of me, just as yours is a part of you. Endeavor may have provided you with half your DNA, but it still belongs to you and you alone. Todoroki, you're really amazing, so I can't stand to see you actively hurting your chances to become a hero. Todoroki looked down, clenching his fist in anger. It's not that simple. No, it isn't. I know that. But, at the USJ, the chances of your flames saving me weren't very high, but one day in the future, your flames might be able to save someone else. Or even yourself. Would you condemn yourself or someone else to death because you're afraid of being like your father? And stop this nonsense of calling it your father's quirk. It's yours now, and if you want to get back at your father, wouldn't it be better to use his quirk to rise to the top and become a better man than he could ever hope to be? Use that power and reject his philosophy instead. The two locked eyes for a moment. Izuka's shone with determination, her expression showing that she truly wanted to see Todoroki as an amazing hero. His own was full of doubt. Was it selfish of him to weaken himself for the sake of spiting his father? A hero was meant to help others. By doing things just for himself, Todoroki was rejecting his father's quirk, but was unwittingly embracing his father's philosophy. If he had to choose between Endeavor's quirk and his methods, Todoroki knew which he'd rather have. I need time to think. Todoroki frowned, getting up and walking away. I'm not going to get to class on time. Could you please cover for me with Aizawa-sensei? Izuka nodded with a gentle smile. Of course, that's what friends are for, right Todoroki? Shoto, he said. If anyone in this class has the right to call me that, it's you. Okay. Then call me Izuka. I know that Kaken is mad at you for the USJ, but don't let it get you down. He's really protective of me. Izuka said shyly, but I think you two could become good friends. Shoto raised an eyebrow and smirked a bit. Making excuses for your boyfriend, huh? Izuka blushed. I do love him. Shoto chuckled and walked away. Lucky guy, he murmured, just out of Izuka's hearing. Izuka smiled, feeling a bit happier now that she'd gotten close to the only person in class that hadn't really warmed up to them all, pun not intended. Her revelry was interrupted by the bell for afternoon classes, so she shot off to get ready. Dressing in her gym clothes, Izuka quickly reached Gym Gamma, where Cementos and Aizawa-sensei were letting everyone in. Her homeroom teacher looked to her. You're almost late. Do you know where Todoroki is? He asked. Yeah. He wasn't feeling well, so he came to me. I sent him to see Recovery Girl. He should be back soon, she lied. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing her, but he didn't press the issue and gestured for Izuka to join her classmates. Cementos spread his arms out as the class entered. This is Gym Gamma, also known as the Training Dreamland. I designed this place myself and it is entirely made of concrete, so I can freely control the place and build any terrain I wish. Students usually come here to create their signature moves, but today, Aizawa-sensei has asked me to help you try out your improved quirks, or plus ultra modes, as I hear they've been called. The class looked around. Gym Gamma was huge and held nothing but flat, concrete floors with some measurement markings to make it easier for Cementos to create accurate spaces for training. Alright class, we'll be training one at a time, so we don't get overwhelmed by a large number of overpowered quirks. We'll be pushing your limits too, so when I call you up, use your quirk until you run out of stamina. If you start to suffer pain or feel you are injuring yourselves, you are to stop immediately. If you don't, Midoriya or I will erase your quirk. Midoriya, link with me. Aizawa ordered. Izuka nodded and closed her eyes, remembering the feeling of Aizawa's link before re-establishing it. The class looked at her with confusion. Oh, I should have mentioned. Once I've formed a link with someone, I can re-establish the link without physical contact. However, there's a distance limit of a few miles, and if the person I link to rejects the link, it gives me a nasty migraine. Cool, but kind of a bad side effect. Say, can you use the links to track people? Kirishima asked, obviously thinking of Shigaraki and Kurojairi, who she'd been forced to link to years ago. I can, but only if they accept the link. The League has always rejected it and I don't want to keep trying. Izuka said disappointedly. That's a shame. Momo sighed, before turning to Aizawa. Sensei, you've linked with Izuka too, what is your plus ultra mode? The man blinked. Me? Well, it doesn't give me a lot of new abilities, but it does improve my erasure. If I use my quirk in plus ultra mode, it will erase others for 45 seconds, starting from when I look away, instead of only erasing them while I'm looking at them. Interestingly, I've also received an adaptation, he said, pulling some files from his sleeping bag. Recovery Girl did full scans on all of you, and me as well, while she checked you over after the USJ and has been able to pinpoint the adaptations that Midoriya's quirk made to our bodies, the ones not related to plus ultra mode. For me, I've always been prone to dry eye, but the cells of my eyes, optic nerves and the immediate area around them have been reinforced and now contain some sort of natural antibacterial and antifungal compound, making my eyes resistant to damage from light, as well as resistant to diseases and infections that affect the eyes. No more dry eye, he said with a small grin. Amazing! Who else got adaptations? Mina asked. Aizawa looked at the names on the files he'd been given. Aoyama, Ashido, Ida, Uraraka, Kaminari, Sato, Shoji, Jiro, Tokoyami, Todoroki, Bakuga, Mineta and Yaoyorozu, he read. Aoyama's digestive system has been slightly altered to make it more energy efficient, and his navel is now covered by a gem-like membrane that acts as a focusing lens. Indeed. My fabulous navel laser no longer leaks out if I don't wear my belt, and my tummy won't hurt if I use it. However, I have noticed I can only use it well if I have eaten. If I am hungry, my laser is weaker and I get hunger pains, Aoyama said with his usual sparkling smile. That probably confirms that your laser uses the contents of your stomach as fuel. You probably have to eat a lot, just like I do, Momo said. Next is you, Ishido. Recovery Girl detected a thin protective membrane on your skin cells that is highly resistant to acid. Aizawa continued. Mina nodded, yeah. I've always been kind of immune to my own acid, but if I use it too much, whatever was protecting me starts to get used up. I haven't reached the limit on how long I can use it now, but I was able to practice for 3 hours straight without damage over the weekend. We may have to wait until the summer to see if there is a real limit there. Ida, your scans indicate some kind of new internal system in your calves. By the looks of it, Recovery Girl came to the conclusion it was some sort of natural cooling system, as the system appears to be producing cold sweat. Ida looked thoughtful but said nothing. Izuka hadn't known that overheating was a problem with his quirk, but then again she didn't know much about engines. Uraraka, your stomach is apparently stronger and is producing some sort of natural anti-nausea substance that is mixed in with the stomach lining. Yeah, I was able to make people float at the USJ really easily. I didn't feel sick at all. Wonder if it's limitless, the brunette hummed in thought. Kaminari, yours is both obvious and unusual. Somehow, your nervous system has gained an insulating layer around it, protecting you from outside electrical discharges. Recovery Girl writes that the material, while organic, is like nothing she's ever seen. The electric blonde grinned, I know right. I can use 3 times as much juice before I start to get tired. Yeah? Your quirk is really strong to deal with? Izuka said, I used it at USJ and after just a few bolts, my head felt foggy, like that time I accidentally drank some of my dad's beer. Accidentally? Kyoka smirked teasingly. I thought it was apple juice. Izuka said indignantly. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Back on topic? Sato, it looks like you don't have to fear the dentist anymore. Recovery Girl wrote that your enamel is as strong as steel, making your teeth nearly unbreakable. I suppose it's a way to offset the amount of sugar you eat? Cool. It'll save me a ton on toothpaste. You would not believe how much I spend on the stuff because of my quirk. Sato grinned. Shoji, your adaptation seems to be a simple improvement over your natural abilities. Your tentacles exhibit a faster healing speed. According to this file, Recovery Girl hypothesizes you'll be able to regrow lost arms within a few hours. Shoji raised his arms and looked at them a bit, before turning to Izuka and giving her a thumbs up, which she returned with a happy grin. Aizawa kept reading, Jiro, yours is simple too. Your ears have been reinforced, specifically the inner workings. I suspect this will offer protection against deafness. Tokoyami, that's interesting. Tokoyami, can you show us your arm? The bird boy nodded and pulled up his sleeve, showing his skin to the class. It was slightly darker, as if he had gotten a tan, though it was only noticeable if one wasn't aware of how pale Tokoyami's skin was before. All my skin has darkened slightly. I suspect this is my adaptation. Aizawa nodded, yes. Your skin has received an increase in melanin, or at least a melanin-like substance. We're still not sure exactly how Midoriya's link evolution works, but it appears to have decided that your aversion to light was linked to your pale skin and has darkened it slightly with that substance to make you resistant to it. Have you noticed any difference? Tokoyami nodded. There has been a slight difference. Dark Shadow doesn't seem to fear the light as much, though it still weakens him. Next is Todoroki, but he's not back yet. His skin has adapted slightly to be resistant to extreme temperatures. Something to do with his epidermis or something? Aizawa muttered, not really understanding some of the more advanced notes. He was knowledgeable in first aid and the body, but Recovery Girl liked complicating her notes. Bakugu, your arms are tougher. The bones have thickened and the muscles have also become sterner. I'm guessing your arms previously limited how big your explosions were? Yeah. Katsuki said, if my explosions were too big, it'd F up my wrists. How come you didn't get upgraded before? You've been Izuka's friend for years, I'd have thought you'd have jumped at the chance. Shiro asked. Katsuki gave him a dirty look. What? You think I'd take a shortcut? I wanted to get into You'd on my own power, without Izuka's help. I was going to see how far I could go before I linked with her, but the villain attack f'd that up. Still, I use everything at my disposal during a crisis, unlike some fuckers, he said darkly. Izuka flinched, so that was why Kaken was mad at Shoto. Yes, well, moving on before I feel the urge to invest in a swear jar. Mineta, your scalp has become tougher and the BLD vessels aren't as close to the surface. You probably won't bleed if you pluck too many of your pop-off ball. Yairozu, yours is? I have no idea how to explain it. Recovery Girl has written some cryptic things about your entire body acting like a brain. Aizawa looked puzzled at the notes. I can explain it. Momo smiled. My quirk has developed its own kind of intelligence. It's unusual, but I think it's the same as Izuka's link evolution. It kind of does its thing without her having to directly choose how to evolve others, and mine is similar. The best way of describing it is by saying I'm like a computer and my quirk is a secondary strong drive. I can sort of transfer my knowledge from my memory to my quirk, allowing me to create things without having to consciously remember their structure. Though transferring knowledge seems to use stamina, so I think the actual transfer is a part of my plus ultra mode. That sounds more like moving knowledge between your conscious and subconscious memory. Still, that's a pretty amazing adaptation. Izuka commented. Freaking complicated too. Kaminari muttered. A quirk with its own mind. It's more common than you think. Izuka said, I learned some stuff about it while I was with All for One. You guys know how his quirk allowed him to steal and give other quirks, right? Well, he wasn't able to steal certain quirks, like mine or All Might's, because he said they had their own spirit. Look at Dark Shadow for example. It's under Tokoyami's control, but it can still act and think independently. The phenomenon is referred to as sentient quirk, companion quirk, or even soul quirk, she explained with a grin. Unsurprisingly, every word that had been said since the class began had been dutifully written in her notebook, where each of her classmates had their own page. So Momo's creation has become like Dark Shadow? That's kind of cool. Toru cheered. Yes, it's all very cool. Now we've established what adaptations you've gained from the evolution, it's time to start working on the actual plus ultra modes. Ayama, you're up. Aizawa said, signaling to Cementos to prepare the area. Cementos put his hands to the concrete floor and produced several targets of varying size and thickness. Aoyama stepped forward and pulled up his gym jacket and shirt, revealing his stomach. He didn't wear the special belt anymore. Where his belly button should be was a pale blue opaque gem, about the size of a fist and perfectly circular, though it was cut in an octagonal style, with multiple triangular facets around the rim of the octagon face. This is my sparkling belly button. Aoyama bragged as the class marveled at the gem. It wasn't literally a gemstone, the material more like a cross between bone and a kind of organic glass. Still it did sparkle nicely, like a piece of Aoyama's laser turned solid. Alright, Aoyama, I want you to use plus ultra mode and each ability you can until you are too tired to continue. If you start to feel pain, then stop. Aizawa ordered, only receiving a nod and dismissive wave from the flamboyant blonde. Let's shine, naval laser plus ultra. Aoyama declared. His naval gem glowed brightly for a few moments then shot an incredibly powerful laser blast at the thickest target. The beam carved through the concrete like a hot knife through butter and actually went all the way to the far wall, cutting through it before stopping at the metal support beams, which it made glowing hot before Aoyama stopped it. That was the same supercharged laser that had melted the door at the USJ. The effort of using the beam, even for only a few seconds, left Aoyama breathing, trying to maintain his posing and confident smile despite the sweat pouring down his face. Next he fired a much smaller laser, smaller than even his standard one. Izuka observed that this beam only shot from the octagonal face of his naval gem, while the standard laser shot from the whole gem and the super version used the gem like a magnifying glass. This smaller beam was as powerful as the regular beam, but much more accurate, though it seemed to use more stamina as Aoyama had to focus more to keep the beam concentrated. Lastly, Aoyama shot a laser from the entire gem, but instead of allowing the lasers from each facet of the gem to combine into a single beam like normal, he kept them separate, resulting in a spread shot, like a laser shotgun. By the time he was finished, Aoyama collapsed, breathing strong. Very good. Plus Ultra mode grants you a super laser, a more refined and accurate laser, and even a spread shot. How is the stamina drain? Aizawa asked, noting that Izuka was writing everything down. That mean he didn't have to? He could just ask for a copy later. Huff. The super laser, I call it Shining Superior. I can fire it for 5 seconds before collapsing. The accurate laser I call Sparkle Point, and I can shoot it fairly easily, but it uses double the stamina of my normal laser. Lastly, the spread shot is my glitter shot. That one is strong to fire and control. I can use it about 5 times, maybe 6 before I need some beauty sleep. Aoyama said, looking like he really wanted a nap. Izuka fished around in her pockets for a moment before finding a candy dispenser. She'd been given it by Recovery Girl and it was filled with special candies that helped restore energy. Izuka offered a couple to Aoyama, who took them with a smile and was able to drag himself to his feet. Next up was Mina, whom looked very eager to get going, grinning widely as she hopped up and down waiting for Cementos to fix the damage done by Aoyama and reconstruct the targets. When it was done and Aizawa gave her the go-ahead, Mina stopped and closed her eyes. Aside from the trick with making her horn strong, she hadn't tried to use her upgraded powers. They felt different, like SWH at the core of her being just begging to be flipped. Plus Ultra, she grinned, flipping the SW. The change was instantaneous and unlike Aoyama, the difference was very obvious at first glance. Her pink skin darkened to the same shade of purple as was on her hero costume and her hair turned from pink to black. Oh, Kirishima mumbled, the rest of the class looking on with the same awestruck look. I didn't expect this. Mina shouted, looking down at herself. Did my eyes change too? She asked, but Aizawa shook his head. I wonder why plus ultra mode changed my appearance? Well, your quirk is acid, right? The unusual coloration of your skin and hair was due to your acid changing the pigmentation, so if plus ultra mode alters the composition of your acid, it probably also alters how it affects the pigmentation. Izuka explained. Can someone translate for the dumb people, mainly me? Mina asked bashfully. Your acid makes you pink, so when you make it stronger, your pink turns purple? Tsuyu helpfully supplied. It gives me a kind of punk rock look. Though I can feel this form draining me slowly. Let's get the show on the road. Mina cheered, running to attack the targets. Mina was always able to freely alter the viscosity and solubility of her acid, being able to produce liquid acid and even a gel-like acid, but plus ultra mode increased the limits of what she could do. While the actual potency of the acid hadn't changed much, only marginally stronger than before, the things Mina could do with it were much more varied. Mina could produce acidic gases, which forced Izawa to cancel her quirk, which cancelled plus ultra mode and returned her coloration to normal, to prevent her from accidentally hurting people. Shoji had stood a bit too close and the gas had melted a portion of skin on one of his tentacles, but between his improved regeneration and Izuka's healing, he had recovered within the minute. When Mina got her quirk back, she demonstrated one more ability, an improvement of the gel-like form of acid which oozed out of her skin like a liquid but then crystallized into a solid substance that was tough enough to take a couple of fireballs tossed by Izuka. The crystallized acid didn't seem very potent. If it was too strong, it would have melted its own solid form, but it did sting to touch it. Phew. That's tough, Mina said, flopping to the ground. She was able to maintain her transformed state for about 10 minutes, each use of her improved powers cutting that time by a few seconds, though it appeared making solid acids was more draining than the gas forms. Like with Aoyama, she was given some energy-restoring candies and moved over to rest while her classmates kept going. At that moment, Todoroki arrived, a new look of determination on his face. Katsuki sneered and turned away while Izuka waved happily. Izawa simply stared at him. "Are you feeling better? What did Recovery Girl say?" "I'm sorry, I didn't go to Recovery Girl. I decided some fresh air was what I needed," Todoroki said, bowing his head. Izawa-sensei sighed. "Whatever you say," he said, before giving the boy a quick rundown on what had happened in his absence, which basically came down to him telling Todoroki he was more resistant to extreme temperatures and to go see Midoriya if he wanted to know about the others. The next student to use plus ultra mode was Tsuyu, and like Mina, it led to a transformation, though unlike Mina, it was much less welcome. "Plus ultra mode, Karo," Tsuyu announced, tapping into the power she'd felt form in her CHST during the USJ incident. Her hair began to redden, becoming a shade of red so dark it was practically black as opposed to the very dark green it usually was. Also, yellow patterns began to form on her skin, like someone had attempted to paint symmetrical camouflage that in bright yellow. Another transformation. I wonder if the evolution of some quirks can change mutant or emitter types into transformation types, Momo said as Tsuyu looked around, her usual neutral expression becoming one of anger and annoyance. "Who cares, what can I kill?" Tsuyu growled. Her voice was the same, but she sounded nothing like her usual self. "Wo. Tsuyu, what the heck? Are you feeling okay?" Izuka asked. "Stop babbling and give me an enemy. I don't want to waste time on crappy concrete," she snapped. Aizawa scowled at her. "Azui, I don't know why you've suddenly had a personality shift, but you know we can't use real targets. We have no way what you can do in this form." Tsuyu growled, though it sounded more like an aggressive croak. "Then I'll use you," she yelled, her cheeks filling with a sickly green liquid which she spat at Aizawa in the form of a ball. Cementos quickly raised a barrier of concrete to protect his colleague while Izuka used her linked quirk to erase Tsuyu's. Tsuyu's quirk was a mutant type normally, but like Momo had said, the evolution had given her transformation type abilities, so erasure worked. Tsuyu fell to the ground, her appearance returning to normal while Izuka winced, BLD leaking from her eyes. The class was in chaos, half of them running to examine Izuka while the others ran to Tsuyu, who was slowly getting up. Cementos and Aizawa exchanged looks, before deciding to see to Izuka first. "Are you alright?" Aizawa asked. "Do you need recovery, girl?" He felt bad that his quirk had caused pain to the girl. It had always caused him eye strain, but never on this level. Izuka just nodded and smiled bravely, using a finger of pink flame to heal the damage. "Yeah, I'm okay. Linking may let me use the quirks of others, but my body doesn't automatically adapt to it. The strain must have popped a BLD vessel in my eyes. It didn't blind me though, so I've got that going for me," she smiled, wiping away the BLD with a handkerchief given by Ojiro. "How is Tsuyu?" The frog girl was sitting up, her usual expression back in place, but with tears in her eyes and a quiver to her lip. "Momo, Izuka, Aizawa-sensei, I'm so sorry I was rude to you. I'm very sorry I attacked you, Aizawa-sensei. I have no idea what came over me. My thoughts suddenly became really vicious." "It's okay. It does make me worry a bit though, what exactly is this stuff?" Momo wondered aloud, carefully scooping some of the green gunk into a test tube she created. "Hey, I think I know," Kyoka said. "The hair color and those marks made Tsuyu look like a poison dart frog. My dad wanted one as a pet until he found out they were lethal. I bet this stuff is poison." Cementos frowned. "I know a bit about those. Their poison is lethal in high doses, but in low doses it can cause sickness and hallucinations. Perhaps having it inside her altered Ajui's chemical balance and made her ultra-aggressive? Regardless, that is a dangerous form. Ajui, you aren't in trouble for this incident, but I must forbid you from using it again until we have found a way to control it," Aizawa said, patting the upset girl's head. "That's fine. I never want to use it again. The feeling of wanting to kill isn't very nice," Tsuyu said, regaining her composure. After the incident with Tsuyu, Ida's Plus Ultra mode was fairly uneventful, until he almost suffered a heart attack. His Plus Ultra mode doubled the maximum power output of his engines, allowing him to shift all the way up to 6th gear instead of being stuck at 3rd. This meant his max speed was essentially doubled too, but as a consequence, his BLD pumped much faster. When he tried to stop running straight from 6th gear, he suffered major SSD pain as his BLD was still flowing too fast. He had to start running again and slowly shift back down to at least 3rd gear before he could safely stop. It was a useful power, but potentially dangerous, so Tenya promised to keep practicing with it. As things stood, each gear over 3rd would double his stamina loss, so at 4th gear he used twice as much, 5th gear he used 4 times as much, and at the max 6th gear, he used 8 times as much stamina. As a runner, he had stamina to spare, but he still didn't want to risk running out while at a high gear. Ochako was next, and her Plus Ultra mode basically turned her zero-gravity quirk into gravity control. Once she touched something, she could not only make it weightless, but freely increase and decrease the weight of the object by affecting how much gravity affected it. She could even alter the direction that gravity worked on an object, allowing her to aim the things she floated. She did, however, discover that the anti-nausea effect of her adaptation wasn't limitless. She could affect roughly double the amount at once before she started getting nauseous, and on top of the stamina drain, all the powers of her Plus Ultra mode made her sick a lot faster. Still, Ochako was happy that she now had some ways to really defend herself, plus she could make herself float without getting sick now. When it was Ojiro's turn, the class looked on with interest. They had no idea how link evolution would affect such a basic quirk as having a tail, but Ojiro had alluded to being able to do some interesting things now. As Ojiro stepped forward, he looked to Izuka. "Hey Midoriya, I've been meaning to ask. At the USJ, you linked with all of us yet you didn't get a tail like me, or engine legs like Ida. What's up with that?" he asked. "Oh, mutation quirks work like transformation quirks for me. I have to activate it and my body will automatically grow the appropriate appendages. I'll tell you though, I don't like doing it. My body isn't really designed for it, so it hurts a lot and puts a lot of stress on my body, particularly my cardiovascular system. Removing the additional parts when the link breaks or I deactivate the quirk isn't very fun either," Izuka said, a slightly green tinge to her complexion. Clearly this had been the subject of one of All for One's nastier experiments. Well, I sort of understand. My own new powers hurt a bit to use too," Ojiro explained before stretching his tail out behind him. "Plus Ultra mode," he declared, causing the hair on his tail to spike up a bit. The tail then suddenly started to thin out and lengthen as Ojiro grimaced, the blonde fur slowly covering it until it became a long, almost cat or monkey-like tail. "This is what I call limber mode. I've been able to transform my tail a bit by manipulating the muscles inside it to make them thinner, thicker, longer, or stronger," Ojiro explained, freely moving his longer tail. In limber mode, he could only use roughly 25% of the strength of his normal tail, but it was extraordinarily fast, striking targets faster than most people can blink, plus the thinner tail could stretch a bit, reaching up to 10 feet in length if he pushed it. Like with Midoriya though, it hurts. The only other muscle configuration I figured out is just called muscle mode, where I push my tail muscles to their maximum," Ojiro said, grimacing again as his tail began to shorten and thicken back to its original form, then thicken further, the muscles inflating similar to when All Might entered his hero form. The new form wasn't much different in appearance from Ojiro's original tail, though it was noticeably more muscular. The tail suffered such a loss of dexterity and speed that it became useless for anything but hitting, but when it did hit, it struck with 300% times the power of Ojiro's original tail and was strong enough to utterly demolish Cementos targets. Impressive display of strength. Still, using these transformations hurts you, so check in with Recovery Girl later to ensure you aren't doing permanent damage to yourself. How is the stamina drain? Aizawa asked. Only really noticeable when actually transforming. Once the transformation is done, it doesn't feel any different from normal, except muscle mode, but that's just because it weighs so much. Ojiro replied. Aizawa hummed and Izuka wrote down everything as Kaminari took Ojiro's place. Compared to the others so far, Kaminari's Plus Ultra mode was based more around improved control, allowing him to more efficiently shroud himself in electricity, as well as form it into lightning bolts that he could throw like a javelin. He could also absorb small amounts of electricity to slightly restore his dwindling stamina, and if he really concentrated, he could sense the flow of electricity around him, allowing Kaminari to detect electrical devices and cables. Kirishima's Plus Ultra mode was just as simple, but did carry an interesting look. When pushing his hardening to a higher level, his rough skin retained its jagged appearance, but it was less like sharp rock and more like crystal, matching its new diamond-level hardness. As the material was naturally transparent, any area that Kirishima used it would appear to be completely red as one could only see the BLD directly beneath the skin. Kirishima didn't even flinch as his super-hardened form took blows from Ojiro, Katsuki, Izuka and Sato, and when he held his hands straight, he could slice through concrete with ease, using his hardened hand like a blade. Kirishima was only able to use the Plus Ultra form for 5 minutes due to the stamina drain, and while he could still move while hardened, he was much slower and stiffer. Koda's Plus Ultra mode was strong to demonstrate at first. There was no noticeable difference in his control of animals or the volume of his voice, nor did he seem to have any transformative properties, so the class spent a fair amount of time experimenting until they came across the answer, as a result of Kaminari goofing off. While Koda had been trying to work out his Plus Ultra mode, Kaminari had decided to try and shock Kirishima to see if his super hardening was weak to electricity, which resulted in Kirishima discovering he was partially insulated while in Plus Ultra mode and Kaminari going over his increased what limit, rendering him an idiot. An idiot that Koda's quirk could control. It seemed that in Plus Ultra mode, Koda's quirk could control humans too, but only if they were weak-willed or mentally drained in some fashion. Kyoka found it hilarious that while under Koda's control, Kaminari mentally devolved into an ape-like state, incapable of speech or using his quirk. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a useful ability on its own, but against weak-willed villains or opponents that have been drained, it was a highly effective instant win move. Koda could only maintain the control for about 10 minutes, whereupon Izuka had to help the shy boy sit down, fussing over him and giving him energy candies. Last in his row was Sato. Like Ochako, his Plus Ultra mode changed his quirk from a simple ability to a more advanced control power. Sato could now control the sugar he ingested to form protective shells around his internal organs, bones and muscles, offering a surprising amount of protection. However, like Kirishima, the protection slowed him down, and if he applied too much of a sugar coating to a single area, he'd be unable to move it at all. When it was Shoji's turn, things got weird. My arms feel strange, the tentacled boy said after activating Plus Ultra mode, flexing his hands and stretching his additional limbs. They feel loose? Considering your quirk, I'd have thought Plus Ultra mode would give you more limbs. I wonder what it really did. Tenya commented, walking around the larger boy and examining him for differences. Shoji twitched. It feels like, my arm is melting but it doesn't hurt, he said, and true enough, one of his tentacles was slowly melting until finally, the whole limb fell to the ground with a wet splat. That set the class on a panic, with Izuka practically hyperventilating as she rushed to heal Shoji, only to find no wound. One of his right arms was missing, but there was no BLD. It was almost like when he shape-shifted his tentacles into other body parts. Shoji looked at his detached limb with curiosity. It's fallen off, but I still feel it. Hold on, maybe I can." He put on a face of concentration and the limb twitched. Before their eyes, the tentacle-like arm reshaped itself until it became humanoid, sprouting arms and legs of its own. When it was done, a tiny baby-sized humanoid figure stood where the arm had fallen. It had crouched, hairless monkey-like legs, a genderless torso, two odd, tentacle-like arms and a little head with no mouth, two blank eyes and a tuft of silvery white hair that looked a bit like Shoji. The creature basically looked like a tiny, two-armed, genderless version of Shoji. "Interesting," Shoji murmured, controlling the tiny creature as if it was still an attached arm. It had no mouth, so couldn't speak, but Shoji could see through its eyes if he concentrated and feel and hear what it felt and heard. He could even make its two arms transform like his own tentacles, though the clone couldn't make its own clones. He carefully reported everything to Izuka, who wrote it down with the enthusiasm of a mad woman. "Okay, Purple Mino was weird, Angritsu was scary, but this is just plain nuts?" Kyoka commented, poking the clone with one of her jacks. "Can you only make one?" Momo asked. Shoji shrugged and proceeded to shed his 3 remaining tentacles, leaving him with only his primary arms. Each shed tentacle became another clone, but it was clear Shoji struggled to control them all and sort through the sensory information he got from them. As his stamina began to decline, he called his clones back, which jumped onto his primary arms and turned back into tentacles, leaving him like he was before. "Useful, but difficult," he said, accepting the energy candies from Izuka. Aizawa just looked stunned. "These kids, their powers have changed so much. If Link evolution can do this much, then forget heroes, these kids will be superheroes," he thought. Kyoka took her turn next and her Plus Ultra mode was fairly standard with a few power boosts and an odd ability, which was now the norm for this class. Her jacks were always stretchy and extendable, but now she could reach much further with them, extending them about 12 feet. Her hearing was also much improved, but the odd ability was her ability to mimic sound waves and alter the sound of her voice. She was able to accurately mimic Izuka, Momo and Aizawa with this power. "Awesome. It's not flashy like the others, but I can distract people with this and imitate the enemy to confuse them." Kyoka smirked, pleased with her power. The big and flashy Plus Ultra modes wouldn't have suited her. Zero's Plus Ultra mode was also fairly simple, allowing him to expend energy to alter the kind of tape he shot. He could make his tape transparent, so it was strong to see and great for traps, or he could make it double-sided. He could even do both, but it caused him some nasty cramps. He could also fire his tape much faster, and if he was willing to stomach the pain, Zero could widen and narrow the opening on his elbows, allowing him to make his tape wider or narrower as he saw fit. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow didn't get any stronger, per se, but it did get more variety in its powers. Normally, Dark Shadow was always connected to Tokoyami, but during Plus Ultra mode, Tokoyami can use stamina, and a fair bit of pain, to allow Dark Shadow to detach from him and move around as an independent entity. The independent Dark Shadow had no legs and looked like it was popping out of the ground, but despite being separate, Tokoyami could control it. Dark Shadow, being a creature made of shadows turned physical, was able to freely melt into the shadows, hiding in other shadows without them noticing. It could also attack at range by firing small pieces of its shadowy body, though each attack slowly reduced the creature's size until it had to return to Tokoyami. It seemed Dark Shadow couldn't add to its body independently and could only do that when attached to Tokoyami. Dark Shadow was thrilled at its temporary independence and immediately began playing with the class, pulling pranks by hiding in people's shadows and shooting them in the back with its new attack, which it shaped like feathers, similarly to Izuka's phoenix feathers. Tokoyami was less amused and felt like the parent of a disobedient toddler, especially when he noticed Dark Shadow and Izuka trying to be sneaky as the latter fed his Quirk some candies. After finally wrangling Dark Shadow back into Tokoyami, the bird boy promptly decided to find a dark corner to nap in while Todoroki took the stage. The dual-colored boy stood silently for a moment, his eyes closed in contemplation. A part of him knew that this moment was the turning point for him. If he could use his flames, he felt like he'd shake off the chains of Endeavor's influence. Shoto was disgusted with how much he had allowed Endeavor to control his life. Even when Shoto rejected him, He was still living his life based around the man. But Izuka had told him. His body was his quirk was his. He wasn't half his mother and half his father, he was 100% Shoto Todoroki. Ice gathered on his right arm as fire sprung to life on his left. Shoto welcomed the contrasting heat, opening his eyes with a sigh. He could feel the chains of endeavor leaving his spirit, the words of his mother echoing in his ears. You don't want to be like your father, but you do want to be a hero, right? That's fine, you're not bound by his BLD. You decide who you want to become. Shoto felt the ghost of a smile on his lips and looked towards Izuka. She was smiling so happily, her eyes sparkling with pride. Pride for him. Beside her, Aizawa looked relieved, a sigh and a smile passing through his scarves. Shoto, you're using your fire. Good job. Izuka cheered. She ran over to him so they could speak quietly, though Katsuki growled at their proximity. Does that mean you've made a decision? The boy nodded. Enji Todoroki is my father, Rei Todoroki is my mother, and I have parts of both of them inside me, including their quirks. But I'm my own person, I want to become a hero, I want to rise to the top. I haven't forgiven my father. I've just decided to forget about him. I'll use him for training just as he used me for his ambition, then I'll become the #1 hero and surpass him and All Might. Not because he wants me to and not to spite him, but because I want to, he declared. Izuka grinned, excellent. But you may need to settle for #3, or else you'll need to get through Kaken and I. You're my friend, but I want the top spot too, so be ready Shoto, I'm going to give it my all. You better. I'll be upset if you hold back after the scolding you gave me for half-butting. Now, do you think you can help me practice my fire until the sports festival? I want to keep it a secret from Endeavor until then, he asked. Sure. Got something flashy planned? Shoto smirked. Does a giant ice hand with a flaming middle finger count as flashy? Izuka burst into laughter, giggling furiously at the mental image. Oh, she hoped Shoto was serious. She could see Endeavor's face now. He'd probably pop a BLD vessel. Get on with it, icy hot. Some of us have got better shit to do today. Katsuki yelled, glaring angrily. Izuka rolled her eyes with a smile and ran over to embrace the boy, which never failed to improve her Kaken's mood. Still smiling, Todoroki silently entered Plus Ultra mode and was amazed when he felt a rush of energy fill his body. He no longer felt heat only on his left and cold on his right, instead it alternated. With a look of amazement, he discovered that with effort he could now create both fire and ice from both sides of his body. Deciding to test this, Todoroki shot a wave of ice from his left side and then immediately followed it up with a wave of fire from the same hand. He couldn't help but laugh. First Izuka helps him accept himself, now her quirk has caused his to truly blend together, even if it was only while in Plus Ultra mode. Shoto carefully thought over how he felt each time he used an attack and noticed a strange feeling whenever he used fire on his right side or ice on his left. Like his instincts were telling him to use each element the same way he would use the other. He followed his instincts and created a wall of ice that smoked a bit. Curiously, he touched it only to recoil, it had burned. Shoto tried the same thing in reverse and shot a blue fireball from his right hand that froze the target on impact. Finally, Shoto tried to use hot ice, hot fire, cold ice and cold fire all at once, but instead shot a blast of water from his palms. He would have tried to repeat it, but his stamina was too low, so the boy instead sat down with a slightly bewildered smile. Awesome! Todoroki, that was amazing! You can use water now too? And freaking hot ice and cold fire. That's just crazy! Kirishima grinned. Isn't water kind of an obvious power though? If he creates both ice and fire, then the ice he makes would be melted by the fire to make water, right? Ochako pointed out. Todoroki nodded. Before, my ice and fire were limited to their respective side, so it was too cumbersome to create water, but with Plus Ultra mode channeling both elements through my whole body, it's much easier, he said, deactivating the boost and going to relax with the other tired students. Izuka gave him a thumbs up, which he returned as Toru stood up to take his place. When Toru activated Plus Ultra mode, the whole class was suddenly grateful that Aizawa wanted them in gym clothes and not their hero costumes. As for the first time in years, Toru Hagakure became visible. Toru stared down at herself in amazement while the rest of the class looked just as awed. Toru was a cute girl with short chocolate brown hair and round eyes of the same color. Her skin was very pale, likely as a result of not absorbing any sunlight, and her facial features were round and soft, sort of resembling Ochako but with Kyoka's face shape. Whoa! I'm visible! This is amazing! I've been invisible since I turned 4. Toru grinned, eagerly looking at her face in the reflection of Todoroki's leftover ice, at least until Momo created a proper mirror for her. Man, you're cute. Mina smiled, the other girls and several boys, nodding in agreement. Thank you. You have no idea how strong it is to do my hair while invisible. Izuka, I can finally see myself again. I can show my mom and dad what I look like. Thank you so much. Toru smiled tearfully, hugging Izuka tightly, much to the smaller girl's happiness. I'm glad my quirk was able to do something like this for you. How do you feel? Is the stamina cost high? Izuka asked. Toru shook her head. I got a bit winded activating plus ultra mode, but I don't feel any drain now. It's kinda weird though. I can sort of feel my invisibility. It's like a weird bubble in my sea, she said, subtly looking down her shirt to see if everything there was visible too. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. It looks like your evolution alters the way your quirk manifests. How did your invisibility work again? Light refraction. My skin refracted light around it to make my body invisible. That's why things inside me are invisible, like food in my mouth. Toru explained. Cementos scratched his chin. Well, if the refraction was previously in your skin, having it convert to this bubble you mentioned might mean the refraction field is still there, just hidden within your body. Can you manipulate it? He asked. Toru tilted her head and concentrated for a moment, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she focused on the bubble in her. With a lot of effort, Toru found she could expand and shape the bubble, turning her invisible again, along with everything else within the bubble such as her clothes and a chunk of the ground. With some experimentation, she discovered she could make overs invisible too if they were inside the bubble, and she could freely move the bubble outside of herself, turning over things invisible and not herself, but she had to remain in contact with the bubble, or else it would burst and her plus ultra mode would be forcibly ended. Still, since the bubble rendered everything within it invisible, Toru could use it to peep through walls by creating a sort of invisible window. It was a good ability for a stealthy heroine like Toru. Unfortunately, manipulating the bubble got more tiring as it got larger and Toru was forced to release plus ultra mode and become invisible again, though she didn't seem to mind. I can be visible whenever I want now. Plus with my new powers, I can be a more helpful hero. Everyone, you can rely on me in the future, she cheered. Aizawa nodded with a smile. Good. I'm glad to see you're fired up. Bakugo, you're up. Please try not to explode your classmates, no matter how much you want to, he said dryly, having noticed the death glares the boy sent at Todoroki. Yeah. I figured out pretty much all my new abilities already. Katsuki grumbled. First, I can freely control my sweat, he said, flicking his hand to make beads of sweat flick off, which then floated in mid-air and followed wherever he pointed his finger. I can also detonate it remotely. He snapped his fingers and the tiny beads of sweat exploded like flashy firecrackers, taking out a good chunk of Cementos targets. If I push it, I can turn all my sweat into nitroglycerin, not just the stuff from my hands. I don't even need to be touching it, which is how I blew the F out of that brain-dead F at the. Katsuki then kicked off his shoes and socks and leapt into the air, using explosions from the soles of his feet to hover and fly around. All of that is tiring, but I'm a badass, so I can keep going for a long time. He looked to Izuka. We can go flying together now too, he grinned, a more earnest and less predatory smile. Izuka blushed and smiled bashfully, nodding. Oh man, first Todoroki and now Bakugo? The best guys in class just got even tougher. We've got no chance of keeping up. Shiro complained. You can do it. Keep working strong, Shiro. Izuka cheered. Midoriya, it's nice and all, but save the pep talks for later. We've still got 2 more to test. Aizawa said, pointing to Mineta. You're up. Right? Mineta yelled, running forward. This is the first test of my new resolve. Plus Ultra, he declared. What followed was a rather embarrassing several minutes in which Mineta and the class tried to demonstrate and examine his new abilities while limiting how often they referred to his quirk as Mineta's ball. Ultimately, Aoyama resolved the problem by referring to them as orbs. While using Plus Ultra mode, Mineta could shrivel and inflate his orbs to alter their size after they were plucked, so long as he is touching them. If he wanted, he could change their composition, making them become gooey and gel-like, allowing Mineta to easily mold the orbs into different shapes, which he decided to use to create dark spots in the shadows that would trap whoever stood on them. However, once the shape had been changed, Mineta couldn't alter their size anymore for some reason. Mineta's last new ability was Grape Reversal, which allowed him to freely change any of his orbs from purple to green. The green orbs had the same properties, but reversed, so they stuck to Mineta and everyone else bounced off them, and Mineta could freely swap the color of his orbs back and forth so long as he was in contact. These powers combined into Mineta, creating a trampoline for the class by inflating a green orb to massive size and flattening it between some of Cementos blocks. Since Mineta's Plus Ultra mode didn't actually change his appearance, he decided that when he used it, he'd turn the orbs on his head green to symbolize the change. With powers like that, you could become a fairly good capture hero. I hope that resolve of yours lasts until you rejoin our class, Izawa said, a small smirk. He hadn't liked Mineta very much at first due to his perversions, but seeing the boy genuinely trying to improve had made Izawa think better of him. Mineta practically glowed under the praise, which he even got from some of the girls. The last one to try their new powers was Momo, whose new abilities all revolved around her quirk's new intelligence. Aside from storing knowledge and giving it back to Momo on request, the intelligent quirk was linked to Momo's eyes and skin, and the moment Momo looked at something or touched something with her Plus Ultra active, her quirk would begin using its own intelligence to logically break down how the object was constructed based on the feel, appearance and comparison to other things Momo already knew the structure of, allowing Momo to essentially learn new things just by examining an object and feeling it. Momo also gained a secondary power. If she was in danger while Plus Ultra was activated, her quirk could react on its own, producing a shield or something to force Momo to move in order to avoid attacks, though doing this left Momo feeling both exhausted and more than a little sick, as control of her quirk was momentarily wrestled away from her. Izawa smiled as Momo returned to the group, all of them resting for the coming test. Izuka's Link evolution didn't appear to actually power up most of their quirks, but rather, it adapted their bodies and control, allowing the others to use more varied powers. It was more about utility than strength, which Izawa could respect. Still, most of their more useful powers did drain their stamina something awful. He turned to the class, "All right, you've all done well. Your Plus Ultra modes are all quite varied and powerful, but now it's time to see how well you use them. It's time for the Quirk Apprehension Test, Plus Ultra Edition." Class 1A chattered excitedly as Izawa-sensei led them to the P.E. grounds where they had performed the Quirk Apprehension Test on their very first day. Some had been pleased by their performances while others were annoyed that their quirks weren't the sort to assist them in physical challenges. A few, such as Toru and Kirishima, doubted that their new powers would really help much in this case, while others feared the stamina drain of Plus Ultra mode would cause more trouble than their improved quirks could make up for. But since they were all certain they wouldn't be a threat of expulsion this time around, the class was more relaxed. As soon as they arrived, Izawa set up the results screen from last time, which still displayed all their old times and their class ranking. Izuka Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugu, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Mashireo Ojiro, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Buchako Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Siu Azui, Yuga Oyama, Antasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. Let's get started. The rules for this test will be the same as the first. Use your quirks and Plus Ultra modes freely. You can't use your quirk to sabotage others or disguise your cheating. If I catch you, it'll be automatic bottom ranking for you, Izawa warned, before turning to Izuka. Midoriya, you'll be participating too, regardless of not evolving yourself. Now, to get you all fired up and working strong, I've got a little reward scheme for this test. And naturally, punishment too. The class gulped as Izawa pointed to the results board. If your score in an event is higher than last time, the new result will appear in green. If it's lower, it'll appear red. Rewards and punishment will be issued based on your final ranking. Now, because of your recklessness at the USJ, you have a lifetime of detention, Midoriya. The rest of you also have a week of detention for using your BLD to heal me. Earlier. Don't get me wrong, I'm thankful, but it was an unnecessary gesture that could have led to health problems for you. However, those detentions will help me here. Izawa grinned. Every position you rise in the leaderboard, I'll knock a day of detention off. If you rise more than 5 positions, I'll put an extra 10,000 yen in your hero gear budget for each rank over 5 that you rise. If you go down a rank, I'll add a day of detention too. Whoever is at the bottom of the league will be joining Midoriya with her lifetime of detention. Izawa's grin turned predatory. You'll need to work strong. Midoriya, since you were at the top already, if you maintain the top spot, I'll knock your detentions down to just a week. He wasn't willing to let her off completely. Despite knowing of her quirk beforehand, her death had terrified the man. The class looked determined, especially Izuka and Minoru, who were at the top and bottom of the leaderboard respectively. As before, they started with the 50-meter dash, and the improvements were apparent from the very beginning. Without his stomach hurting, Aoyama was able to rocket across the finish line in 4 seconds, beating Mina who had previously beaten him. Mina was a bit faster, but only shaved a few points of a second from her time. Other than Aoyama, the only noticeable improvements were from Ida, Uraraka, Ojiro, Shoji, Todoroki and Baku. Ida uses his plus ultra mode to absolutely blitz across the field, narrowly failing to beat Izuka's record of 2.01 seconds, but managing to outdo his old record by reaching 2.34 seconds. Personally, Izuka thought that if the track had been long enough for Ida to shift all the way to 6th gear, he'd have wiped the floor with her, but at only 4th gear, her lighter and smaller body gave her a slight advantage over the muscular and somewhat blocky Ida. Ochako was another person to obliterate her old score, going from 7.15 to 4.55 by making herself weightless, then shifting the effect of gravity on herself to make her rocket across the track. Ojiro shaved a second off his time, resulting in 4.49 seconds by continuously and painfully suching his tail between limber and muscle mode. His muscle mode tail was able to launch him further, and his limber tail made him lighter and more aerodynamic as he soared through the air. Still, it was painful to transform his tail every half second. Shoji lowered his time fractionally by shedding all his arms, making him lighter, plus without the webbing getting in the way, he didn't experience much wind resistance. Todoroki improved his time by icing the floor and using his fire to propel himself, giving him a good score of 3. Katsuki, determined to beat Todoroki, used his newly reinforced arms to launch a much bigger explosion than last time, coming third in the test with a time of 3.01 seconds, only a second behind Izuka's. Determined not to fall behind, Izuka pushed herself a little, but while remaining in safe limits, she was only able to shave 0.01 seconds from her score, giving her an even 2 seconds. It was still first place, but compared to the others, the girl was a bit frustrated with her growth. Still, it had only been a week since school started. She'd be patient and grow stronger. The tests continued in that vein. Izuka managed to match or beat her previous scores, but usually only by a tiny margin. Those whose quirks didn't evolve in a helpful way, or those that didn't have quirks that improved their physicality in the first place, found that their scores were all a bit better, but not by much compared to those whose quirks were suited to the test. In grip strength, Ojiro used his muscle tail to reach second place, outstripping Sato and Izuka but falling just short of Shoji, who was still monstrously strong. Kirishima also had a marked improvement, as while his improved hardness didn't affect his strength, it did allow him to exert more pressure when tensing his muscles, so a grip test was a piece of cake for him, achieving 4th. In repeated side steps, only Ochako had any real improvement, constantly shifting gravity to make her bounce back and forth over the line. She managed 5th place in the class before the stamina drain and nausea left her unable to continue. The softball pitch had the most improvement among the class, Aoyama used his supercharged laser to fire the ball, earning him 4th place in the class behind Ochako's Infinity, Izuka's 856.3 meters and Kaken's improved score, which had gotten him 2nd place. Katsuki had been ecstatic to beat Izuka's score. He rubbed the ball over his sweat glands, and after the initial explosive launch, Katsuki would remotely trigger another explosion on the ball, giving it 4 boosts before there wasn't enough sweat left on the ball. It scored him 1,104.7 meters and a congratulations embrace from Izuka. Ojiro smacked the ball with his muscle tail, while Kirishima used his increased hardness and the resultant weight to pour more momentum into the ball and toss it further. Siro attached the ball to some of his tape and shot it further, whilst last time he'd just thrown in. In a similar fashion, Jiro stabbed one of her jacks into the ball and spun it like a sling before letting the ball fly off and into the distance. Shoji sort of cheated, not throwing the ball at all but instead giving it to a mini-clone and having it run away with the ball. Aizawa disapproved, but since the only rule was that the thrower couldn't leave the circle, he decided to give Shoji 5th place with the argument that technically a part of him was outside the circle, so it was sort of a gray area. Tokoyami had originally planned to use the same trick but with Dark Shadow, but seeing as Aizawa wouldn't allow it again, he opted for Plan B, having Dark Shadow lob the ball and then shoot it with its shadow feathers to make it go further. It got him 6th place. Todoroki once again used his fire to improve his score, but it wasn't enough to come close to the other more amazing scores, since he could only shot his fire like a flamethrower, good for propelling himself, but not so much for launching things. The standing long jump was the last event with a large number of improvements. Aoyama shot himself further with his improved laser. Uraraka could float for longer, so scored a much better score, actually tying with Izuka with an infinity score since she could float for longer and further than Aizawa was willing to test for. Plus, since she wasn't using plus ultra mode, her nausea was negligible. Ojiro leapt with the same trick as he used in the dash, while Tokoyami sort of copied him by having Dark Shadow launch him, fire shadow arrows backwards to propel him further, and once he'd lost too much height, he had Dark Shadow shift to his front and stretch out in front of him as far as possible before digging into the ground and pulling Tokoyami to him. It got him the 4th best score, even beating Tsuyu, who congratulated the bird boy and petted the mewling Dark Shadow. Todoroki improved his score with a fire booster, this time using plus ultra to use fire from both sides to make his jump more stable. Using one hand in the dash had made him wobble on the ice, his momentary loss of balance costing him a few fractions of a second. Katsuki was the last majorly improved score as he used his explosions from both his hands and feet to boost him further and for longer. He'd have gotten the 3rd infinity score, but his stamina gave out before Aizawa got bored. The final 3 events were as anticlimactic as last time, as the class was tired, even more so than before since most had used their plus ultra modes which drained their stamina further. Only Shoji improved in the sit-ups, shedding his tentacles to lighten his upper body and make the sit-ups easier. He did something similar in the endurance run, as he discovered that the stamina drain of the plus ultra mode only applied when shedding his tentacles and when controlling his clones. If he left the clones to stand still, he could run much easier, unencumbered by the weight of the extra arms. Todoroki also did better, mimicking his performance from the dash. His fire meant he didn't have to exert any energy running and simply had to ice the ground in front of him and shot fire backwards to propel himself. He eventually got tired, so he wasn't able to get an infinity score like Momo and her scooter. Last was Pull UPS, which was dominated by Ojiro and Uraraka, the former using his muscle tail again and the latter making herself weightless and easily moving herself up and down the bar. To Izuka's pleasure, she found herself doing better in these 3 trials, managing 2nd place in the endurance run, retaining her 1st place position in the Pull UPS and actually managing to surpass Shoji to 1st place in the sit-ups, though Izuka attributed that to the constant use of plus ultra mode draining Shoji's monstrous stamina. Overall, Izuka had maintained at least a top 3 position in each test. When the tests were completed, Aizawa displayed the finalized class rankings, a smirk on his face as he did so. Izuka Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugu, Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Ida, Masahiro Ojiro, Fumikage Tokoyami, Uchako Uraraka, Mizo Shoji, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Yuga Oyama, Tsuyu Azui, Rikido Sato, Antashiro, Koji Koda, Kyokujiro, Denki Kaminari, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. The class split between cheers and grumbles. Roughly half had risen a few ranks, while the other half had maintained or dropped rank. Izuka remained at the top, which she was thankful for. A lifetime of detention could go on forever for her, being immortal and all. Minoru was less happy about getting last place, but looked at Aizawa with hope, expecting that it was a lie trick again. Aizawa just smirked. It wasn't a lie. Those of you who rose a rank will have your detention lessened. Those who lost a rank will have your detention increased. Midoriya, congratulations on maintaining the number 1 position. As promised, your detention is now a week. Mineta. The great boy gulped. See, lifetime detention? Their teacher snorted. I said you'd be joining Midoriya, so since she only has a week, so do you consider it my going away present for when you transfer to general education. And you better keep your promise and work your way back to the hero program, or I'll reconsider, he said, trying to ignore the fuzzy feeling in his tea as Izuka and Mineta looked at him like he was a saint. As for the rest of you, for those that rose a rank, congratulations, you worked strong and did well. For those who fell in the rankings, don't become discouraged. You were faced with a challenge that didn't suit you, or were up against people whose abilities far outstripped yours, yet you still persisted and did your best. In the field, heroes will often find themselves outmaneuvered or outgunned, and in those instances, all you can do is try your best and keep going until you succeed or help arrives. However, each of you has gone beyond your limits today. Well done. A wave of tired cheers echoed across the field as the class celebrated, each feeling proud of themselves. Despite many going down in ranks, not a single student got a lower score than the first test. All were either the same or a bit higher. Aizawa-sensei dismissed them to the changing rooms to dress and wind down for a bit. They came back to the classroom for the first of their detentions. As they were leaving the P.E grounds, Katsuki waited until Izuka was out of sight before turning to Todoroki and grabbing his wrist. Hold it, half and half, we've got shit to talk about, he snarled. Todoroki looked at him coldly, but nodded and followed the explosive boy to the area behind Gym Gamma. As soon as they were both out of sight, Katsuki's hands flew to Shoto's collar, a vicious snarl on his face. What the F was with you and Deku? You think I missed you being all buddy-buddy, huh? If this is another macho boyfriend thing, then save your breath, Todoroki said, slapping Katsuki's hands away. Nothing happened. I apologized for the USJ and we talked for a bit. Quit the jealousy routine. I'm not impressed or intimidated. I don't give a F how you feel. Let me guess, you went crying and begging for forgiveness from Izuka, because the effing softy that she is, she'd give it even though you sure as shit don't deserve it? You think I don't know that? I didn't apologize to get forgiveness, I did it because it was the right thing to do, and she forgave me because she's a good person. How someone like her ended up with someone like you? I've seen that kind of relationship before, the aggressive guy and the timid girl. The dual-haired boy thought of his parents. It didn't end well. Katsuki threw a punch, purposely missing Shoto's face by mere millimeters and slamming into the wall with a loud thud. If you ever insinuate that I would hurt her, I will kill you, he said, his voice not rising above a quiet mutter, but the hatred in it screamed louder than anything Shoto had ever heard. Do you want to know why I FING despise you, Icy Hot? It's because you decided that your little PP pledge meant more than Izuka's life. You let her effing die because you have some sort of FNG sob story about your prick of a father, and then you had the FNG nerve to turn around and use your fire today? Well, too little too late, cocksucker. When the sports festival comes around, you better effing get to the 3rd round and last until I get to face you, because I swear I'm going to kick your butt. Izuka can forgive you, I can't, and I won't. With that, Katsuki pushed himself away and turned to walk away, before Shoto's voice stopped him in his tracks. You know what, you're right. You have every right to hate me for picking my pledge over Izuka's life. But when it comes down to it, Izuka did forgive me and chose to help me with my problems, because she's a hero while you're a thug. I'll face you in the sports festival, Bakugu, and when I win, it'll be me that will compete with Izuka for the rank of number 1 hero, while you're left in our dust. With your attitude, it'll be easy to steal her from you when you inevitably go too far and upset her. So hate me all you like, Bakugo, I'll still be a hero. Katsuki's hateful expression twisted into a nearly demonic grin. Got some real fire after all, cocksucker. I'll enjoy stamping it out. And like that, without Izuka even being aware of it, a major rivalry flared up between the boy she loved and had devoted himself to her, and the boy that had realized his first crush was on her. Class 1A was a bit subdued when they arrived at their class, not excited for their first attentions with Aizawa-sensei. He was harsh on them in normal classes. How bad would he be in a detention, something that was supposed to be punishment? They shuffled into class and took their seats, some of them feeling sore from the training and others just tired from a long day. They really hoped Aizawa wasn't going to make them do anything physical. They were just too tired. When they were all seated, Aizawa finally wandered into the room with his usual tired look. Good, you're all here. Now, you'll be spending your detentions on a special course, understanding the effects of heroes in children's media. Heroes are a very popular theme for kids' cartoons and even among teenagers and young adults, who have their own hero-themed animations, and like all media, it can affect the youth of the nation. So, to get an understanding of this, you'll all be watching this. Aizawa showed a case for an anime show, Gem Knights, Heroes of the Diamond, a show aimed at teenagers that was based on the old Super Sentai shows from before the Quirk era. It depicted the heroes of the Diamond Hero Agency, collectively called the Gem Knights, whose quirks revolved around a special gemstone that was embedded in their bodies and gave them control over the elements. It was actually Izuka and Katsuki's favorite show. Katsuki liked Ruby Knight, who controlled fire, while Izuka liked the Emerald Knights, who controlled plants. Our detention is watching anime? Kirishima asked, a disbelieving smile creeping onto his face. Do we need to take notes or write a report? Ida asked. Nah, Aizawa said, setting up the show to play on the board. You can if you want, but I don't have the time to read them. Incidentally, I also can't really be bothered to go down to the record office and update your records with these detentions. Guess we'll have to keep this between us and hope you learn your lesson, thing? The class smirked and put on a show of looking sad, disappointed, or ashamed of themselves. Shota Aizawa was a strong teacher and tough on his classes, but let no one say he didn't have a heart. Class 1A decided they loved the grumpy man. After watching a few episodes of the anime and another show of pretending like they were being genuinely punished, the class went home. Each of them slept exceptionally well that night after discussing the dorms with their parents and guardians. The next day, classes were back on and all the students from every course were back in the building. Izuka was ecstatic to hear that everyone in Class 1A had agreed to move into the dorms after the sports festival and received approval from their parents. Shoto quietly told Izuka that it had been strong-going convincing endeavor, who didn't like the idea of people thinking he couldn't protect his own son, but right at the best moment, All Might had called and whatever he said to Endeavor had set the fiery hero off enough that he allowed Shoto to move to the dorms just to get him to leave while Endeavor raged. Izuka giggled. She confessed that she'd told her dad what Shoto told her, as she was worried for him, and apparently All Might had decided to say something to the number 2 hero. The normal routine of standard classes had been boring in their first week, but after the excitement of the USJ, they welcomed it as a bit of calm normalcy. The teachers were kind, but didn't let up on them, pushing them just as strong as always, not pitying the students at all. They were young heroes after all, they'd need to face villains eventually. Plus, the teachers used the tough lessons to keep the class busy and keep them from thinking about their afternoon class, which would be their second attempt at the USJ rescue trial. After a tough morning, Class 1A was preparing for lunch when they heard a lot of voices and people moving around right outside their door. Ochako opened it curiously and almost immediate recoiled. Whoa, she breathed. Izuka and Tenya moved behind her and saw what had shocked her. Pretty much every student their age, as well as a few older ones, were all gathered outside Class 1A, chattering and craning their necks to get a look at the hero class. What's going on? Ochako yelled in surprise. Mineta looked nervous. No way out. What are they here for? Scoping out the competition. We're the kids that survived the villain attack and helped All Might drive them off. They probably wanted to get a look before the sports festival. Katsuki said, moving to the front of the group before turning to the gathered crowd. This isn't a FANG zoo. Out of the way, Udaman extras. Tenya gasped. Can we not resort to calling our fellow students extras? It is demeaning to them. Kaken, that was really rude. Please apologize. Izuka scolded, pouting a bit at her boyfriend's coarse words. Before Katsuki could reply, a tall figure appeared at the back of the crowd of students and slowly reached the front, the students in front of him dodging away with fearful looks. The boy was tall, but still clearly a first-year student, his purple hair sticking up in every direction and his similarly colored eyes drooping with dark bags underneath. I wanted to see for myself, but I guess it's true, the hero course has some pretty rotten people. Are all the kids in your class like this one? The boy said, looking tiredly at Izuka. Gotta say, I'm a little disillusioned if you're what they're offering. Izuka sighed, bowing her head to the crowd. I apologize for Kaken. He's not a bad person, he's just very competitive. My name is Izuka Midoriya, I'm the vice president for class 1A. The boy raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, maybe I spoke too soon. Midoriya, the girl from the Monkalama incident, right? For a famous kid, I don't see you flaunting it much. I'm Hitoshi Shinso from Class 1C, the General Education Department. He offered his hand, which Izuka took with a small smile, which made Katsuki growl. Nice to meet you, Shinso. Izuka smiled, elbowing Katsuki to make him stop growling. Shinso noticed, but kept his usual, zombie-like expression. You know, Midoriya, a lot of us in general education and even support and management only got stuck there because we didn't make the hero course. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they might consider transferring us up to the hero course, and naturally, the reverse is possible. His eyes flicked to Katsuki. You hero kids could get dragged down to our level. You're alright, Midoriya, with fame and power like yours, you could be running around the school like a queen, but you seem a decent girl. But for people like Mr. Extra over here, this'll be the perfect chance to knock them off their pedestals. I suppose you can consider this our declaration of war. Izuka and her friends gulped, all thinking the same thing. This guy was pretty daring. At that moment, another boy pushed his way to the front. A muscular silver-haired boy with strange flare-like skin around his eyes. Hey, I'm from Class 1B next door, he yelled, showing his shark-like teeth. We heard you guys fought some villains and we came to hear more, but all I'm seeing is this arrogant BS. Izuka's sweat dropped. I'm sorry for Catch Dash. I don't care. If he ain't apologizing himself, then I don't care. You guys better not make fools out of the hero course. We're all working strong, not just you guys, the boy yelled. Katsuki kept a blank expression and approached the crowd, shoving them aside with ease. Kirishima called out to him, Wait, Yuji, what are you doing? Thanks to you, the whole school freaking hates us. Katsuki snorted, like I care. I'm heading for the top. I don't need to worry about the people I step on to get there. Besides, he looked back to Izuka and smiled a bit. The only person I care about will be climbing up right beside me, so the rest can go die. Izuka blushed. That was pretty sweet coming from Katsuki. Kirishima apparently thought. So too, so straightforward. He's a man among men. Aiming for the top, he's not wrong. We all have the same goal. Tokoyami added. Kaminari looked worried. You guys are letting Bakugo off too easily, he's just won us a ton of enemies. The sports festival just got tougher. Izuka looked back at her class, each of them wanting to be heroes and working strong towards that goal. Tenya wanted to be like his hero brother, Ochako wanted to support her family, Shoto wanted to become a hero like his mother told him he could, and Izuka wanted to become a symbol of peace, just like her father. All of them were aiming for the top, but many others were too. Class 1B, those who just missed the hero course and those that simply had something to prove. Izuka turned to Shinso. Shinso, are you aiming for the hero course? The boy nodded. Then good luck. I'm going to give it my all at the festival, and so will all of my classmates. Come at us with everything you've got. I hope to see you join our class. She politely excused herself and walked past Shinso, stopping for a moment. I don't think it matters what class you're in. If you truly want to be a hero, you can do it. I'll be cheering you on, she finished, before running off to find her wayward boyfriend. Shinso watched her leave, quirking his eyebrow and smirking a bit. Truthfully, he was curious about the girl and a tiny bit jealous of her. Shinso had once had an uncle with a quirk just like his, but that uncle had disappeared one day and the next anyone heard of him, it was on the list of all for one's victims in the aftermath of the villain's defeat. Opinions on Izuka were torn in Shinso's family. His grandfather hated that a frail little girl like her survived while his son died, while Shinso's father was simply glad that at least someone had survived the monster. Shinso had decided to wait until he met the girl for himself before forming an opinion, and now, he could honestly say he found her interesting and was glad she had survived. Still, Hitoshi wanted to defeat her. He looked forward to the chance. Later, after a somewhat hectic lunch PRD, Class 1A returned to class, ready to face the music. It was time for the rescue trial and the return to the USJ. Shota Aizawa felt a bit of sympathy for his class as they waited for him to finish the afternoon homeroom. When he was done, they'd be going to the Unforeseen Situations Joint, or USJ, to complete the first of their rescue trials. Many of them, including Izuka, had been excited the first time around as they wanted to become rescue heroes, so training like this was crucial for them. But after the attack by the League of Villains and the death of Izuka, many were more than a little apprehensive about going back there to see the spot where a classmate was literally tortured and killed. The fact that Izuka was still alive and healthy wasn't enough to shake those feelings from the rest of Class 1A. Finally, homeroom ended and Aizawa began the class. Okay students, you know what time it is and what we'll be doing. Before we head to the USJ, I have some important things to tell you. First, the security at the USJ and the rest of the school's facilities have been massively upgraded. Special sensors have been developed by the support course that are tuned to DNA signature, specifically the DNA of Shigaraki and Kurogiri. If either appear anywhere on school grounds, the whole place will go into lockdown, the students will be evacuated, and every hero in the city will come running. Unless the sensors are jammed again. Kaminari said bitterly. He didn't display it like some of his classmates, but he had also felt guilt over the USJ attack as he hadn't been able to use his quirk to undo the jamming. I can assure you, that won't happen, Aizawa said, not unkindly. Power Loader has completely reworked out alert system. Now, on top of the normal alert system, we have a computerized check system. Every 5 seconds, every sensor and electrical system sends a signal to the school's central computer. If any are jammed, the signal can't be sent and so the school is still alerted. There are at least 9 other failsafes, but truthfully, that was the only one I understood, their teacher admitted. In addition, we will have 5 teachers with us today, including myself. What? Who are they? Mina asked. Myself, All Might, 13, Power Loader and Ingenium, Aizawa stated. Ida immediately perked up. My brother? He is truly coming to assist? Aizawa nodded, yes. We'll be dividing you into 5 teams of 4 for the training, so we have 1 teacher for each team. Ida, Ingenium won't be teaching yours to ensure there is no bias. Likewise, Midoriya, All Might won't be teaching you for this. The girl nodded. She was among the only students in class not bothered by going back to the USJ. She hoped she'd get to be in 13th's or Ingenium's group as they were great rescue-oriented heroes. Aizawa held up a piece of paper. I'll be assigning your teams now. Team A, you are Aoyama, Kaminari, Siro and Mineta. Team B, you are Ashido, Kirishima, Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu. Team C, you are Azui, Koda, Todoroki and Hagakure. Team D, you are Ida, Sato, Shoji and Bakugu. Team E, you are Uraraka, Ojiro, Jiro and Midoriya. Team A looked a bit annoyed. They were a motley crew of strong and strange personalities. Team B was fairly happy with their group. Ashido and Kirishima knew each other from middle school and both Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami were the kind that could work with almost anyone. Team C was unconventional to say the least. Koda and Todoroki didn't really talk. Toru didn't really stop talking and Tsuyu just said whatever she wanted. Team D was going to be an explosive group no matter what with Katsuki as a member, but pairing him up with the serious and devoted Ida and Shoji was bound to cause fireworks. Sato looked desperately to Izuka, who just smiled sympathetically and made a prayer motion with her hands. Team E was another of the more happy teams, As Ochako was thrilled to be with one of her best friends, Jiro was happy to have 3 serious comrades, and Ojiro was looking forward to seeing the 3 girls in action. Izuka was happy regardless of what team she was on, though she was happier that 2 of her comrades had great rescue quirks. With their teams assigned, Aizawa dismissed them to change into their battle gear. Izuka's costume had been destroyed when Tamura turned her to dust, so while she waited for the support course to be done recreating it, with a few modifications, Izuka just wore her gym uniform, though she was upset over the loss of her mother's gift, the choker and pendant. Inko had assured her daughter that it was all right, but Izuka still hated that she'd lost it to Tamura. The bus ride to the USJ was much more tame than last time, and they were all near silent, which Aizawa would have welcomed if it wasn't so ominous. He noticed more than one student looking at Izuka whenever she wasn't paying attention. She was muttering to herself and writing in her notebook, Katsuki beside her with an arm draped lazily over her shoulder. Todoroki didn't look happy about that, but he said nothing, choosing to look anywhere but at the blonde boy. Finally the silence was broken by Tsuyu. "Hey Izuka, you mutter a lot," she commented. Izuka looked up with a blush. "Oh, was I? Sorry, it's a habit." "It's not a bad thing," Tsuyu said. "I just noticed it more today. You do it in class a lot." "Yeah, it's a habit I've always had. When I get into what I'm writing or thinking about, some of it tends to slip out and I mumble. Funnily enough, it's a habit I could never break, even with the villains," Izuka said nonchalantly. The class froze for a moment. Izuka had told them about how her quirk had made a sort of mental protection for her, but they still found it odd how cavalier she was about her kidnapping and torture. Did you want to talk about it?" Kirishima asks carefully. The class gives him death glares, as if he'd said something insensitive, but Izuka just smiles sweetly. "That's kind of you, Eiji. Truth be told, I'm really not that upset about it. If it hadn't happened, I wouldn't have All Might for my dad and I probably wouldn't be here with all of you. It wasn't fun at the time, but I'm glad it happened if it brought me to all of you," Izuka said cheerfully. The class looked at her with awe again and Aizawa had to suppress a sigh. Izuka was a sweet girl, but she cared far too much about others and nowhere near enough about herself. Thank God she had a class of overprotective big brothers and sisters to look out for her. Izuka's expression turned odd for a moment as she looked out the window. "You know, Tamura hated my mumbling. If he heard me do it, he'd take one of my fingers. He was strange like that. Even back then when he was just a teenager, he didn't know how to handle problems without using violence. But then afterwards, if he hurt me when he didn't want to, he seemed sad? Apologetic even? I think he saw me as his pet or toy that he occasionally felt bad for abusing." There was a strange lilt to her words, almost like fond nostalgia, which thoroughly confused her classmates. "You almost sound like you liked him," Tokoyami pointed out. Izuka shrugged. "I guess I sort of did. You could call it a kind of Stockholm syndrome, I suppose. I hated All for One. He was an unrepentant monster, but Tamura and Kurojiri? They were different. They did what All for One told them, but they didn't seem evil to me. Kurojiri was always sad. He was the first person to kill me, back before I even knew about my quirk. All for One wanted Tamura to decay my body, but Kurojiri stopped him and shot me instead. I could see it in his eyes. He was sorry. As for Tamura, he was raised by All for One. He's basically a kid that was abused for years and was then taught that he should be able to hurt others at his leisure. If things had been different, I bet Tamura could have been a great hero. His games weren't all torture, you know. He liked video games and card games, and sometimes he'd watch a movie or an anime and would make me watch with him. He'd be hugging me like I was a stuffed toy, because I was the only thing he could touch that would never permanently leave him. Many in the class looked disturbed at the image and the sympathetic tone Izuka used when referring to the 2 villains. "Midoriya, you can't seriously think those 2 are okay, right?" Kaminari asked. "Not a chance." Izuka suddenly snapped. "Kurojiri is a criminal and needs to be brought to justice. The people he kidnapped were murdered, and he knew they would be. As for Tamura," she hesitated before continuing, "he needs to be brought down strong. He's just a kid on the inside and has grown up twisted. He needs serious psychiatric help and proper punishment for his actions. He needs to be made to face the facts, that life isn't a cruel game that he can abuse." If I can, I want to save Tamura from himself. Kaminari scratched his neck sheepishly. Sorry Midoriya, that was probably a pretty bad thing to say on my part. It's just kind of weird to hear you sound almost positive about them, especially after they killed you. Izuka just shrugged and smiled. Nothing in the world is black and white, Kaminari. Some villains are just people who needed help and made the wrong choices. Feeling sorry for them doesn't change that what they're doing is wrong and we as heroes have to stop them. Still, I'm kind of a softie when it comes to things like this, which is why I want to be a rescue hero, she grinned, less moral ambiguity. The class exchanged strange looks as Izuka got back to her writing. For the first time, they felt like they understood a fair bit more about the strange, quiet girl's mind. They all had reasons for being a hero, some of them had told their classmates and some hadn't, but Izuka was always someone that they had just sort of guessed about. She wanted to be a hero because she wanted to help others. They never really considered that sometimes, helping others meant saving them from themselves. Finally, they arrived at the USJ, which from the outside, looked the exact same as before. Aizawa led them all inside and that didn't look any different either, at least until they looked at the fountain. The old monolith in the middle had been replaced by a statue, a stone carving of a flexing All Might. The class looked at it with some trepidation, because perched on the statue's carved fist was a stone depiction of a bird, with large wings that looked like fire and numerous long tail feathers. It was a phoenix and an obvious homage to Izuka. At the statue's base was a small plaque of bronze, with some words carved into it. This statue stands as a monument to the heroes that protected the students of UA from a deadly villain attack. May they continue to watch over the people of the world. Plus Ultra. They put in a statue, really? Izuka muttered, disbelieving before noticing several students were looking elsewhere. With a curious frown, Izuka peeked around them to see what they were staring at and was thoroughly confused to find it was just a vaguely discolored section of the concrete floor. Suddenly it clicked. This was the spot she had died. The discoloration was from where her BLD had soaked into the stone. Guys, she said gently, I'm alive, okay? Don't worry about it. Not that easy, stupid Deku. Katsuki frowned, pushing the class away as he moved to the stained ground. Without a word of warning, he shot a powerful explosion at the ground, destroying the discolored spot and a large portion of the surrounding concrete. Bakugu. That is school property. Tenya scolded. Yeah, and Aizawa-sensei is right here. Do you want more detention? Ochako said, causing the class to look towards their teacher, who was very obviously looking away. Aizawa looked back and made a face of mock surprise. Oh no, the horrible stain was smashed. Too bad I didn't see who did it. I'd give them detention. His eyes softened. I'll be sure to see next time though, so no more reckless destruction. The students smirked and nodded. Aizawa sent a text to Cementos about the needed repair and just as he finished, the other 4 teachers arrived, each in their hero gear, though Ingenium had decided not to use his helmet. Greetings, we are here. What happened to the ground? All Might asked. Someone blew up an old bloodstain. Didn't see who. Aizawa deadpanned. All 4 teachers looked to Katsuki but said nothing. Well, nothing of great value was lost then. Now students, you have obviously met myself, 13 and Aizawa, but let me introduce Power Loader and our special guest teacher, Ingenium. All Might said grandly, gesturing to the 2. Power Loader grinned and waved his clawed hand. He was sitting in a large robotic construction suit, which left him towering over them all, even All Might. Ingenium, who wasn't actually a teacher but a volunteer, bowed politely and smiled. Greetings, Class 1A. I am Tensei Ida, first son of the Ida family, though you will most likely know me as the Turbo Hero, Ingenium. My younger brother Tenya has told me much about you all, so I look forward to working with you. Might I ask which of you is Izuka Midoriya? Izuka blushed bright red and stepped forward. That's me. Tensei looked her up and down, before grinning happily. It is nice to meet you, Midoriya. Tenya told me of how you spoke for him after the entrance exams and during the election for class representative. Thank you for believing in him. He is a bit overenthusiastic at times, but I know he'll be a great hero. Tenya blushed at his brother's praise, but beneath the reddened cheeks was an unmistakable look of pride. Oh my goodness, Ingenium is thanking me. Izuka gushed, entering fangirl mode. The class had yet to see it since all the pros they'd met so far were ones she'd already met. Mr. Ingenium, sir, could I please ask you for an autograph? I'm sorry, that's so rude of me. I just really love heroes, especially rescue heroes. Ingenium laughed, of course. It's not rude at all. I'm glad you're a fan of rescue heroes, he said, happily taking Izuka's notebook and signing his name on the page about him. As he looked for the best spot to sign, he briefly read some of Izuka's notes, his face going from happiness to wonder. Midoriya had drawn 2 pictures of him, a standing shot of him in his armor but no helmet and an action shot of him running with his helmet on. Both pictures were annotated and Ingenium was shocked at how accurate some of the information was, especially considering the notes appeared to have been made through conjecture and logical deductions. These are excellent notes, Midoriya. With analysis skills like yours, combined with your healing, I think you'd make an excellent rescue and support specialist. Tensei complimented, handing back the signed book. Izuka made a noise that sounded like a mix between a kitten's mewl and an excited puppy as she hugged the notebook to herself. The class sweat dropped. For a girl with an immortality quirk and All Might as a father, Izuka was very easy to please. 13 cleared their throat to get the class's attention. Hello everyone. I'd like to apologize to you all for the events that happened last time. As the supervisor of the USJ, I should never have allowed it to happen, especially since I lectured you all on using your quirks safely only to be turned around and ignore my own advice. I deeply apologize for my errors, please forgive me, the space hero bowed. Yaoyorozu stepped forward, as president of Class 1A, I thank you for your apology, but I think I can speak for all of us when I say it wasn't necessary. We were all caught unaware and made mistakes. Many of us used our own quirks recklessly and were left vulnerable as well. Ultimately, the blame rests only on the villains. 13 tilted their head, before turning to Aizawa. Eraserhead, you have some good students? The man smirked, yes I do. Now let's get to training so they can become even better. Of course. Firstly, I assume you've been assigned teams already? In that case, here are your supervisors for the trial. Team A will be with All Might, Team B will be with Ingenium, Team C will be with me, Team D will be with Power Loader, and lastly, Team E will be with Eraserhead. 13 said, gesturing for the teams to gather together, their supervisors standing behind them while 13's own team waited patiently at their side. The rescue trial is actually 3-part, and you come take it over 3 separate days. This is because you will only enter 2 of the zones today, 2 another day and the last 2 on another day. This should have been your second day, but after the villain attack, we've been set back, so instead, we'll be having 2 days with you all clearing 3 zones. 13 explained. Aizawa cut in, the reason we split the trial up in the first place is that the activity is essentially the same regardless of zone. Only the terrain is different, so having you all do the same thing 6 times in one day will just lead to you all getting bored and forgetting crucial information. It would have been like All Might asking you to attack and defend every location in the combat trial. You'd have gotten some experience from it, but the diminishing return would have made it more effort than it was worth. Eraserhead is correct. Now as this is the rescue trial, your task will obviously involve rescue. Normally I'd explain this next bit, but since we have our resident inventor with us, he can explain his toys. 13 said, turning everyone's attention to Power Loader. The excavation hero grinned and pulled 2 mannequins from the pack on the back of his robot suit. They were both genderless mannequins, one adult-sized and one child-sized. These 2 dolls are of my own design. They're my patented rescue practice dolls. They're essentially robots designed to act as replica humans. They're made from synthetic flesh and bone, the same used in modern medicine to replace lost limbs or damaged areas. These dolls have the most realistic artificial cardiovascular system to emulate the BLD of the human body, and all the interior components have been carefully shaped to resemble human organs. The robots even have a special randomizer in their brains to change how they act based on a randomly generated string of character points to simulate a personality. Essentially, they are the perfect fake humans and will react realistically to injury. You'll be rescuing them. 13 took over from there. In each of the 6 zones is a supply of these dolls. During the prep stage before you enter a zone, These dolls will scatter around the zone and some will purposely injure themselves. Your job is to safely evacuate all the dolls to the rescue area by the zone entrance. Naturally, you'll have no idea of their locations or of the number of dolls you need to rescue. In the real world, rescue heroes often have to search for those trapped or rely on the assistance of the locals to help inform them of where people are likely to be. Be careful though, the injured dolls may be worsened if you treat them too roughly, which will reflect badly on your performance. Izawa pulled out his PDA. Each of you will receive a personal and a team score. Each zone has a time limit of 40 minutes. If you manage to rescue all your dolls, your score will be based on how much time you had left. If you reach the limit, it'll be based on how many dolls you missed. You'll also lose points if any doll's health declines while in your care or if any dolls die. Child dolls will naturally have a bigger point penalty than the adults. Think you can all handle this? Yeah. The class cheered. Good. Team A, report to the ruins zone. Team B, the landslide zone. Team C, the mountain zone. Team D, the conflagration zone, and Team E, the flood zone. When done in the zone, head to next one on your left as you leave. Reconvene here when you're finished or if there is any kind of emergency. Izawa instructed, before leaving his fellow supervisors to take control of their teams and lead them off. He'd chosen the teams himself as well as their supervisors, purposely picking himself for the team Midoriya was on. After all, a rescue hero that needed rescuing from their own sacrificial nature was going to be a problem in the future. He led them to the flood zone, keeping Midoriya at his side so they could speak quietly. Midoriya, remember, this is a rescue trial. Your healing would be useful in a real rescue situation, but these dolls cannot be healed. Don't try. Yes, Sensei. Izuka chirped. I also wanted to talk about what you did the last time we were here. He looked at her and noticed she was looking chastised already. Look, I understand why you did what you did, and I even recognize that given your position, it was the only thing you could do, which is why I'm not angry with you, he said gently, causing her to perk up and look up at him with shining hopeful eyes. But I am afraid of your attitude. You have no sense of self-preservation and that is a scary thing. I understand that you want to be a hero that inspires hope and feelings of safety in others, correct? Izuka nodded. Then you should know that seeing their hero die, even if she comes back, would bring nothing but fear to the people. But Sensei... But nothing, Izuka. Izawa interrupted, shifting to using her first name like he had when she was a kid. I am a pro-hero already and I knew about your quirk and I was still afraid. Your classmates were terrified and horrified. You heard how much they care about you, so imagine how they felt to see you tortured then murdered. Especially since they knew you surrendered for their sakes. How do you think you'd feel if someone else died for you? The girl sniffled, her lip trembling and her eyes filling with tears. Izawa briefly felt a stab of guilt, but he knew this was an important lesson. Immortality or not, he couldn't allow Izuka to be so recklessly selfless. Teaching a selfish person to be selfless was difficult, but teaching a selfless person to be selfish was DMN near impossible. I'm sorry, Izawa-sensei. I was just scared. I didn't want the others to be hurt. I'm sorry I disappointed you. Izawa, conscious of the kids behind him watching him, ruffled her hair. You didn't disappoint me at all, you just scared me, but apology accepted. Just be sure not to ever sacrifice yourself unless it is absolutely the only choice left, okay? Izuka sniffled again and gave him a watery smile as she tried to subtly rub her face and dry her eyes. A few steps behind the two, Ochako and Ojiro exchanged looks. What do you think they're talking about? Ochako asked, looking to Jiro. Jiro, with her advanced hearing, had heard it all. He gave her some advice, she said dismissively. Ojiro raised an eyebrow. Oh? Was it good advice? Yeah. The kind that the cinnamon bunny needed to hear. Jiro smiled. Secretly, Ochako and Momo had made badges for the Izuka Midoriya Protection Squad and had handed them out to the whole class. Bakugo had sneered but taken one anyway, while Todoroki had looked at it blankly before pocketing it and pretending like nothing had happened. They were in the process of writing a proposal to Nizu to make it an official club. Maybe Jiro should tell them that Izawa-sensei might be willing to be their faculty advisor? Putting that thought on the back burner, Team E, or Team Eraserhead as they thought of themselves, arrived at the flood zone. Aizawa-sensei led them into a small cabin beside the entrance and pressed a button, signaling the dolls to position themselves around the zone. The cabin lacked windows, so they couldn't see where the dolls were hiding. "You have 5 minutes to strategize. Get going," Aizawa told them, leaning against a wall. The four immediately huddled together, Izuka taking the lead. "Can you three all swim well?" she asked. "I can swim great," Ochako grinned. "My tail makes me a fast swimmer," Ojiro added. "I'm fine at it, but I can't hold my breath for long," Jiro said. Izuka nodded. "All right, I have a plan. I'll fly over the zone to scan for dolls from above. Ojiro, I need you to swim around and find what you can in the water. Kyoka, stay on dry land but use your jacks to see if you can find anyone trapped underwater. Maybe try using your quirk like a sonar? Ochako, float yourself to the wrecked ship and search it. Rescue any doll you can. Kyoka, report any dolls you find to Ojiro or me. If any of you can't free someone trapped, tell me and I'll come help." "Think that's good?" The other three nodded. The 5 minutes expired and the team dashed out, immediately beginning their plan. Izuka took to the sky and flew around, specifically over the giant green water slide that mimicked a waterfall and river full of rocks. Ojiro dived into the water, swimming like an otter and searching a few feet beneath the surface. Kyoka submerged her jacks and began listening carefully, trying to use a small sound wave like a sonar. To her surprise, it actually worked. Ochako easily floated herself to the ship and began running about the deck to find the dolls. Their teamwork proved highly effective. Izuka easily rescued the dolls trapped in the fake river/waterfall while Ojiro was able to rapidly swim around and pluck out the dolls that were trapped just below the surface or floating on debris. Ochako cleared the ship, using her quirk to move broken parts of the boat's engine off of the dolls in the ship's workings. As for Kyoka, while she didn't perform any direct rescues, she was able to locate many dolls tangled in fake seaweed in the murky depths of the water where Ojiro couldn't see, and even located some dolls that Izuka had missed amongst the rocks in the fake river. The only problem they encountered was when Ojiro was unable to free a doll trapped by some rubble underwater. Even his muscle tail wasn't strong enough to lift it, resulting in him calling Izuka for help. Without her fire to help propel her, Izuka was relying entirely on One for All to augment her while she swam, and that had resulted in her overdoing it a bit and getting a sprained ankle, though they'd rescued the doll. 5 minutes and a quick heal later, Team E was stood on the shore, alongside a small army of fake humans while Aizawa tabulated their grades. With their teamwork, quick and efficient rescues and Kyoka's detection skills, the team of 4 had easily cleared the flood zone in 24 minutes. Leaving them with 16 minutes to spare. No dolls had died, though the one Ojiro needed Izuka's help to rescue did come close from being underwater too long, and only one doll's condition was worsened by the heroes when Ochako accidentally overdid it with her quirk and made a doll on the ship hit the ceiling of the engine room, though the injury was negligible. Impressive. You 4 made a good team. As expected from 2 would-be rescuers and a sensory type. Your score is 96 out of you were docked 2 points for Uraraka injuring one of dolls, though it was minor, and another 2 points for Midoriya injuring herself. Overall, an excellent first-time score. Team E hooped and high-fived one another. Ochako and Izuka apologized for their mistakes, though their teammates waved them off with a smile. Team E's next zone was the downpour zone, and compared to the flood zone, it was a walk in the park. The faux city within the zone was almost completely undamaged, aside from some broken pots and windows, as well as some toppled trash. The wind and rain was monsoon level and would have caused trouble for a civilian, but not a hero team like Team Injiro was safely bundled away in a relatively quiet corner to use her hearing to detect the dolls. Even without Plus Ultra mode, Jiro could hear everything in the zone while her jacks were attached to the ground, and she was easily able to pinpoint the locations of the dolls and pass them to her team over their earpieces. Ochako was carried on Ojiro's back so she could offset the force of the winds with her gravity control, allowing them to move relatively. Undeterred, though the two did suffer a nasty fall that Izuka had to catch them from after Ojiro's tail slipped while they were scaling a building to rescue a child trapped on a broken fire escape. Surprisingly, Izuka was the one that suffered most in this zone. The rain constantly interfered with her wings, they were made of fire, and the wind blew her off course easily because she was so light. Aside from Mineta, Izuka was the smallest and lightest person in class, even with her muscles. Still, Izuka persevered and managed to do her job without injuring herself or risking the dolls. It only took the group 22 minutes this time, and to be honest, Aizawa was thrilled mostly because it meant he wouldn't need to stand in the downpour zone anymore. They all looked a bit worse for wear on their way out. All of them, including Aizawa, used Izuka as a space heater while their grades were decided. They scored 94 points this time, as they had lost 6 because of Ojiro's slip. If you hadn't been saved by Midoriya, you could have been seriously hurt. If just Ojiro had fallen, you'd have lost 10 points, but if his fall had injured Uraraka as well, it would have cost you 30 points. As it is, you still lose 6 because you forced a fellow hero to turn away from the civilians in order to save you. 3 points from Ojiro for the slip and 3 from Midoriya for turning away from the civilians. It's harsh, but in a rescue situation, you need to prioritize the civilians over everything. Aizawa explained. Ojiro groaned. Sorry girls. I messed up. It's cool. Kyoka lightly swatted his shoulder. Now you know for next time, right? Yeah. We're all just starting out. Ochako added cheerfully. It's fine to make mistakes in practice, 'cause then you can improve. Let's try harder in the next zone. Izuka offered shyly. Ojiro smiled gratefully at their comments and proceeded to follow them to the ruins zone for their final test of the day. The first half of their real USJ rescue trial went out with less of a bang and more of a whimper as compared to the flood and downpour zones. The ruins zone was a cakewalk for Team E. Despite the dolls being better hidden thanks to all the rubble, Kyoka pinpointed their locations easily, since she didn't have to filter out the noise of water or wind, and she had gotten so used to the sounds of the dolls, it was much easier for her to find them. Without water to disrupt her fire, Izuka was in her element, easily flying around the zone, using one for all to lift rubble and carry numerous injured dolls. Ojiro was also in his element, as the wrecked buildings left him with a plethora of ledges and footholds for him to clamber around on, allowing him to really climb like a monkey in an urban jungle. Ochako acted as Izuka's partner, as with her zero-gravity quirk, she could sort of fly and could easily move rubble in a way that was probably even safer than Izuka's strength. Of course, as with the last 2 tests, the team did have some trouble. Rather than the terrain causing them issues or just minor slip-ups on their part, it was the dolls themselves and their generated personalities that caused them a headache. A couple of dolls were uncooperative, actively moving away from the heroes or trying to save others themselves and causing problems. One had pulled at a chunk of rubble that was holding up a damaged building, and it was only Ochako's quick wits that stopped the building from crushing both the hapless doll and the child doll that it had been programmed to think was its daughter. All in all, the whole zone was cleared in 15 minutes, narrowly missing the first-year record by 32 seconds. Aizawa waved them over when they were done and smirked proudly. Well, I can't say I expected any less from you after the last 2 zones, but I'm still amazed. It's rare for a first-year team to clear a zone in the time limit on their first attempt, let alone clear 3 of them. Your score for the ruins zone is an excellent 99 points. You only lost a single point due to your lapse of attention, allowing that mother doll to almost worsen the disaster, but your quick intervention saved you from a worse penalty. Good work, I'm proud of you 4, he told them. Izuka and Ochako beamed at him before hugging each other happily while Ojiro sighed in relief and Kyoka bashfully twirled her jacks around her finger. We really made a great team. Ojiro smiled. Yeah. As rescue heroes, we could make our own agency. Ojiro, Kyoka, do you two want to be rescue heroes like Izuka and me? Ochako asked. Kyoka shrugged. My quirk is better for reconnaissance and maybe some combat if I train my body some more. Still, I think I'd be okay as a support hero to a rescue team. Ojiro nodded in agreement. I don't think I'll ever be a devoted rescue hero, since I'm better at fighting, but I think I could possibly be a balanced hero. It'd actually be great to become a balanced hero with a quirk like mine, since most balanced heroes have really strong and versatile quirks. Actually, Midoriya, I think you'd be good for that. Really? I mean, I can fight if I have to, but I'd rather not. I like healing and helping people, so hurting them, even villains, is kind of against my nature. I think a support and rescue hero is what I'll be. with Kaken doing the fighting since he likes it. We've had a plan for our agency since we were 10. Izuka smiled. Ojiro and Ochako laughed at the thought of a 10-year-old Katsuki and Izuka planning a hero agency, while Kyoka looked oddly pensive. Actually, I wanted to ask you something, Izuka? Kyoka said seriously. Sure, what is it? Izuka asked. Well, it's about what happened here last time. Not you dying, I mean, but the fight with the weird guy Numa. It's just... Kyoka hesitated for a moment, not sure if she should continue. Izuka just tilted her head cutely and smiled, urging Kyoka on with her look. You killed Numu, you and Todoroki, right? Oh. Izuka looked surprised. That's what you were wondering about, huh? I understand, I just sometimes forget that you guys don't know everything I do. I know Numu was an artificial human. Kyoka said, it's just that considering how upset you were when you told us about you supposedly killing All for One, I figured even an artificial human would give you pause. Izuka smiled sadly. As horrible as it sounds, killing the Numus is the closest to saving them as we can get. You see, they're not really artificial humans, they're normal people. All for One would pick a person with a strong body, or someone with a certain body type and begin layering quirks into them, along with brainwashing. The body can't handle all those quirks being forced on it, so it begins to go into shock, which combined with the effects of the brainwashing leaves the person brain dead. Their body functions, but they have no mind at all. No conscious, no subconscious, no anything. Because the damage is mental and not physical, not even my healing can restore it. They become literal living dolls that can only act by obeying the orders of All for One. The Numu I killed was probably told to obey Tamura as well. So some of the people that All for One kidnapped, they were... Ochako looked sick. Numus, yes. Izuka said sadly. This is going to sound awful, but why didn't he make you into a Numu? Ojiro asked. Izuka paused for a moment, not having considered that possibility before. But I don't think he could. I told you how I could resist his brainwashing and mental conditioning quirks, so I think that was part of it. Also, because my body evolves so easily when I die and get reborn, it probably means that if he made me a Numu, he wouldn't be able to control me and I'd have gone wild or kept my mind and escaped. Without realizing it, all of Class 1A had been exposed to a portion of Izuka's own self-evolution. Not from the links, but from watching Tamura torture her, though none had realized at the time due to shock and horror. Izuka had taken a lot of extremely bad and bloody injuries, but the BLD she'd lost had been oddly minimal and despite the grievousness of the wounds, she hadn't gone into shock. This was a result of Izuka's evolution having grown used to Tamura's quirk, allowing her to survive longer while it was used on her, though for an immortal, surviving longer during torture wasn't much of an advantage. Aizawa watched the conversation closely, keeping quiet and out of the kids' notice. Recovery Girl had warned the teachers about something she'd learned of Izuka's evolution and they'd likely discuss it after the sports festival. The teacher just hoped she'd take it well. Shaking himself from those dour thoughts, Aizawa spared a thought for his fellow supervisors. His team had done excellently, so he wondered how well the others had done. All Might was frustrated beyond belief. He had led his team A through the ruins, landslide and mountain zones, and with each zone, it became clear that his team wasn't going to do well in this sort of training, and the worst part, it was through no fault of the students themselves. Team A worked strong and seriously. Aoyama kept his narcissism to a limit and Mineta's more motivated attitude did wonders for his performance, but none of it was enough to overcome the main problem. The four weren't good rescuers. It had started well in the ruins zone. Aoyama had used his sparkle point to accurately cut his way to dolls while Siro and Mineta used their quirks to keep rubble from falling and to make sure everyone was safe regardless of what chunks of concrete were smashed by Aoyama's laser. All Might had been pleasantly surprised, though Kaminari wasn't a great help, but the boy made up for it by carrying dolls and trying to use the earpiece of his costume to try and boost his hearing. Unfortunately, that was the team's first great weakness. They had no talent in finding the dolls, so they just searched blindly. Even with the earpiece, Kaminari could only hear a little better than a normal person, and as it turned out, none of the group had any sense of direction. They ended up timing out in the ruins zone, rescuing 70% of the dolls, but this left them with a relatively low score of 54 points, timing out meant the highest score they could get was 75 out of 100. From there, it had gotten worse. In the loose ground of the landslide zone, Mineta and Zero couldn't use their quirks, since tape and sticky ball would just pull at the crumbly dirt and sand, not adhering to anything solid. Plus, Aoyama's laser was less effective since he couldn't safely cut his way into the dirt like he could concrete. In the end, they timed out after a measly 20% of the dolls being saved, resulting in a score of only 14 points. The mountain zone was a lot better, with Mineta using his orbs to create footholds to climb rock surfaces and Zero rappelling down with his tape, but Aoyama had very little to do besides carefully cutting the occasional rock that trapped a doll. Again they timed out, managing just one doll shy of 50%. They got 43 points there, mostly because All Might felt bad considering how strong they were trying. Their combinations simply lacked anyone to find the victims, which was crucial for rescue. All Might kept his cheerful disposition when dealing with his dejected students. He needed to find a way for them to do better. Maybe he could talk to Izuka later. She had notes on all her classmates. Ingenium was a happy man. He was one of the balanced heroes, so he appreciated combat, rescue, and support, though truthfully he loved rescue the most. And here he was, at Udare again, mentoring a team of great kids that were doing excellently. Yaoyorozu was the backbone of the team through landslide, mountain, and conflagration, creating sonar and special detectors to find the victims as well as specialist gear such as climbing gear and heat-resistant clothing for the changing zones. Ashido and Kirishima was powerhouses, using acid and sharp claws to effortlessly go through sand, rock, and concrete to get to the trapped dolls, while with Tokoyami, it was like the four-man team had a fifth member, as he separated from Dark Shadow to rescue other dolls. The team had the same basic routine throughout the three zones. First, Yaoyorozu would create whatever gear her teammates would need to operate efficiently, then she'd go about creating the tracking gear to find the dolls, finding them while her teammates prepared. From there, Ashido, Kirishima, and Dark Shadow would tear off to wherever Yaoyorozu ordered them while Tokoyami followed behind, acting as a DLVI boy taking dolls to the safe zone and extra supplies from Yaoyorozu to his teammates. Their longest time was 35 minutes in the landslide zone. Tensei felt they were just getting into the grove of things. And their shortest time was 22 minutes in the conflagration zone. They got excellent scores to match. The landslide zone was cleared with 84 points. They lost a few because Ishido accidentally damaged a doll with her acid and Dark Shadow took offense to the personality of a child doll and took a bite out of its leg. The mountain zone earned them 98 points, only losing 2 points due to Kirishima almost cutting Ishido when he swung his sharp fingers out too far while digging. But the cream of the CRP was the conflagration zone, where they managed an amazing 100 points. A perfect score. They hadn't made a single mistake, something Tensei was certain had only happened 2 or 3 times before during a first lesson. So Tensei Ida was extremely happy. He hoped he'd get some of these kids as sidekicks when they graduated. He was eager to chat about them with Tenya too. His little brother had some amazing friends. Team C. 13 felt mixed about her own team. Team C worked strong and despite Koda's quiet nature and Todoroki's somewhat antisocial nature, they worked well together, but like with All Might's Team A, their quirks simply weren't well suited to search and rescue with the exception of Azui. Azui and Todoroki were the backbones of the team, the former being extremely agile and able to get to pretty much any spot in the zone, while Todoroki was powerful and creative enough to use his ice to make paths and access points for his allies. The problem was that Koda's quirk was completely useless in the USJ. In a real situation, he might have been able to use animals to scout, but in the enclosed space of the USJ, it wasn't possible, and Hagecure's quirk could even be potentially detrimental, at least without using Plus Ultra mode to become visible. Oddly, Hagecure was also the one that became their only source of scouting, as she could manipulate the invisible bubble of her Plus Ultra mode to render rubble and walls invisible, allowing them to more efficiently find dolls trapped underground. Their first zone was the mountain zone and it had gone fairly well all things considering. Azui could climb on the rock faces easily and Todoroki could hover briefly with fire jets or climb easily with ice stairs. Koda, as the strongest physically, and also the gentlest, was made the SE taking dolls to the safe zone once Azui or Todoroki passed them along, while Hagakure cautiously used her quirk to see through rocks to find dolls underneath. They had managed a reasonably good 80% before timeout, earning them 75 points, since they made no mistakes. The next zone was much tougher for poor Azui, the conflagration zone. The extreme heat made it nearly impossible for her to function well, and when Todoroki responded by freezing the entire zone like he'd done in the villain attack, he had inadvertently made it worse since Azui was even worse in extreme cold and the sudden freezing had injured some dolls, costing them points. They ended up only rescuing 10% of the dolls and got a horrible 10 points due to all the deductions caused by the injuries Todoroki caused. The boy had bowed and apologized and his teammates had forgiven him, but it was still annoying, especially since 13 had to get the flames going before the next team came. The last zone was a return to form for the team though, as it was the flood zone. Azui was in her element and Todoroki cautiously froze portions of the lake surface to move easily. Koda wasn't much use here as he couldn't swim, so he stayed on the shore, guiltily watching his teammates. With Azui's excellent swimming abilities, they actually managed to win before timing out, getting it done in 38 minutes and scoring 89 out of 100, losing points only due to Hagakure and Koda being more of a detriment than a help, though 13 felt awful saying so when they saw Koda's face fall and his eyes turn tearful. 13 suspected Koda really wanted to be a rescue hero, so it probably hurt him to fail at the rescue trial, especially since his team had also failed both matches in the combat trial. Thinking to themselves, 13 wondered if Nizu would allow her to bring real birds and fish into the USJ. The Power Loader had built and perfected the rescue dolls, so he had seen their inner workings at every stage of development and construction. Still, he didn't expect to see those innards so much during an actual rescue trial. He was also fairly certain that Bakugo might have been a high-functioning sociopath. Team D, for lack of a better word, failed appallingly. Ida and Shoji were brief glimpses of light in the murk of Team D. Ida ran and rescued like a madman while Shoji's hearing and mini-clones were a godsend and almost made up for the other two. Sato was well-meaning at least. He just misjudged his own strength a lot and would hurt dolls by smashing rubble recklessly or grabbing them too roughly. Bakugo was just a very angry young man that didn't take any lip from annoying dolls. Every time a doll would say something that annoyed him, boom. No more doll. The team went through the conflagration, flood and downpour zones, and despite not timing out in any of them thanks to Shoji's sensory skills and Ida's speed, their scores were rarely above 10 points due to the fact that the hero murdering the victims tended to be looked down upon and points taken. Power Loader was just happy that Bakugo only reacted that way with robots and not people. His long-suffering teammates took it in stride, knowing that their personal scores would be better at least. Bakugo didn't seem to care. He made it abundantly clear he didn't want to be a rescue hero and didn't want to be on a team without Midoriya. Power Loader just sighed and ignored the boy, offering a silent prayer to Midoriya for having to control the explosive blonde. The results. Finally, after a strong day's work, the 5 teams reassembled at the fountain with their supervisors. The students rested and chatted while the teachers worked out the scores to decide the class's rescue rankings. As part of the U.A grading scheme for heroes, each student had a grade for combat, rescue, and support as well as an aggregate grade for both their heroic and academic abilities. They'd yet to be given a combat grade, All Might had forgotten, but they would now get their first rescue grade. Alright you lot, listen up. First, we have the team scores. Here they are. Team B, Ashido, Kirishima, Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu with 282 out of Team E, Uraraka, Ojiro, Jiro and Midoriya with 281 out of Team C, Azui, Koda, Todoroki and Hagakure with 174 out of Team A, Aoyama, Kaminari, Siro and Mineta with 111 out of Team D, Ida, Sato, Shoji and Bakugo with 22 out of 300. Eraserhead shot Ingenium a slightly annoyed look, which Ingenium replied to with a smug smirk. Izuka and her team were happy to have done so well, but they were a little disappointed to have missed first place by only 1 point. Still, with someone like Yaoyorozu on the team, it was difficult not to win. Izuka knew Momo was the smartest student in Class 1A and definitely the most versatile. Congratulations to Team B. You may have only won by a narrow margin, but victory is victory, so be proud. Team E, you just came short, but don't get disheartened, keeping working and win next time. Team C, you made some mistakes but managed to retain at least half your points, so while there is a lot of room for improvement, there is also something to be proud of. Izuka said, before turning to the bottom two teams. Team A, you were unfortunate to be a team with uni-deal abilities in poor locations. Because of this, your low performance is to be somewhat expected, but this school is all about going beyond, so I expect you to work together and find solutions to the problems you encountered. As for Team D, Izuka gulped as her sensei's eyes narrowed on Kaken, the rest of Team D noticeably edging away while the boy stood there defiantly. You, Bakugo, are entirely to blame for the loss of Team D. While Sato was also a detriment in how he used his quirk, he still entered the trial with the right spirit and genuinely tried, but you actively sabotaged your team, destroying dolls for simply sassing you. I know for a fact you wouldn't do that to real people, so why do it here? Katsuki growled, I'm not a rescue hero. My job is to kick the bad guys' butts while Deku saves the people. Izuka scowled, so is that what you want to be? A parasite leeching off Midoriya's strong work? If that really is your goal, then I tell you now, give up on being a hero. The world doesn't need another thug in a costume. All Might exchanged a look with his daughter. This wasn't like Katsuki. He was aggressive, true, and his tone and mannerisms were often violent, but he never actually became physically violent outside of a real situation like the villain attack. What is this about, young Bakugo? I know you are not the kind of boy who just wants to destroy. Katsuki looked away from the number one hero's gaze. Yeah, well maybe you're wrong about me, he snapped, turning and stalking off, much to the bewilderment of the class. No, he's not. Izuka yelled, suddenly looking angry as she followed him out of earshot of the others. What's gotten into you? You're not acting like yourself. Maybe that's a good thing. Katsuki yelled back. The mean from before was a weakling or effing bully. I tried to change and yet I'm still the same pathetic weakling as I was before. What looked suspiciously like tears began to glint in the corners of his eyes. Izuka looked taken aback. Of all the words she'd used to describe Kaken, weak wasn't one of them. Kaken, my lion, what is this really about? Why are you so upset? She asked, softly this time, using her more loving and NTMT nickname for her boyfriend. She felt a little jolt of happiness when she saw Katsuki blush a bit. I shouldn't have FNG come back here. To the goddamn ye, Katsuki said. The defeat in his voice wiped away the brief bit of amusement Izuka had felt at his reaction to his nickname. But I know it was a horrible thing that happened, but it's over now. Just forget about it, she said. Katsuki barked a sad laugh. Yeah, as if he could. They put up a FING monument, like a goddamn memorial or something. For F's sake, they left a diamond BLD stain. How can I forget it? How can I forget breaking my promise? The only demon one I ever cared about. He sat down on the long stairway, his head in his hands. I've never been back to that park, you know. He looked up and saw Izuka's confusion. The park you were taken from, 6 years ago. I treated you like shit for 5 years. From the moment we turned 4 and you hadn't developed your quirk. I had promised to marry and protect you as a kid and then I became a FN bully, no, an abuser. Then that mist fucker comes to kidnap me and the girl who should have hated me saves my life. I failed to protect you. I prayed, you know, I actually prayed, begging whatever would listen to let you come home safely. And then, like a miracle, you did. I made a promise then to truly protect you then, to become stronger so you'd never have to sacrifice yourself again. Katsuki looked up, tears of anger and frustration in his eyes. I failed again and you died. I gave a lot of shit to that half and half fucker, and he deserves it, but I'm to blame too. Izuka gasped. So, today in the trial, that was you, punishing yourself? Kaken gave a wry smile. I knew the teachers would be grading us as individuals. Even if I fed up myself, the other 3 wouldn't get caught up in it. I don't deserve to succeed in a fake trial after I failed so FNG miserably in the real thing. A lot of things suddenly happened, things that Katsuki had expected, and things that he hadn't. He expected Izuka to get angry, to slap him and kick his butt to the curb. He almost, in the darkest corner of his mind, expected her to immediately run to half and half. He was right about one thing at least, though Katsuki wished he wasn't, as he felt the stinging slap impact with his cheek. No sooner had Izuka's hand struck his face was it replaced by her lips, embracing him softly with tears in her eyes. Katsuki, she never used his full name, but she needed to hear, "I want to tell you some things. Firstly, I never thought of you as a bully or abuser. We were best friends as children and I never thought that changed. I didn't like how you treated me, but even though you said mean things, you never hurt me and you never forced me away. Katsuki, you were my hero. Second only to All Might. I wanted to be as strong and confident as you. When I was rescued, I was so happy I could be with you, and that feeling hasn't ever gone away. I love you and we are going to do this together. Everything, we are going to graduate together, we are going to go pro together, we are forming an agency together and we're going to fight, rescue and support together. I hate fighting, but I can do it if you're by my side. So be by my side while I rescue people." Katsuki looked into Izuka's eyes, those big, shining green eyes. They always looked at him with admiration and with love. The boy felt like he was stood before an angel, a messenger of heaven that brings nothing but peace and forgiveness. It almost felt sacrilegious to reach up and embrace her, but he did it anyway. "Thank you, little rabbit. Your lion effed up, but he'll do better." Izuka beamed at him, touching her nose to his with a happy giggle. The two soon stood and dried their eyes before returning to the class, who were looking at them curiously. Aizawa raised an eyebrow as Katsuki stepped forward to face him, before being shocked as the boy bowed. "I'm sorry. I let what happened last time get to me. It won't happen again." Aizawa's eyes flew to the small red handprint on the boy's cheek and then to the sheepish look on Midoriya's face. He smirked a bit. Emotions and promises are tricky things. "You're still a novice, so I'll let it go this time." Katsuki nodded appreciatively and turned to his three teammates. He didn't bow this time, but he did at least nod respectfully. "Look, I'm not going to be saying this again, so open your DMN ears. I'm sorry I effed up the trial. You can count on me next time." Shoji nodded in return. "It's fine. Calm your spirit and you will go far." "Indeed. While your wording left much to be desired, it takes a man of character to apologize sincerely for his mistakes. You have my respect, but Ida yelled. Tensei smirked at the gestures of his little brother. "I wasn't much better, to be honest." Sato shrugged. "Let's do better next time, Ebakugu?" All Might grinned happily. His two young students were beginning to grow up. Aizawa disinterestedly tapped at his PDA before announcing the grades of the class. Momo Yairozu, plus. Izuka Midoriya, A+. Uchako Uraraka, Kyokujiro. Fumikage Tokoyami, Mina Ishido. Mashareo Ojiro, Ijiro Kirishima, Tsu Azui, Tenya Ida, B+. Mizo Shoji, B+. Shoto Todoroki, B. Hantasuro, C. Yugoima, C. Minoru Mineta, C. Koji Koda, C. Toru Hagakure, C. Denki Kaminari, C. Rikido Sato, D. Katsuki Bakugu, ungraded. The class looked at the holographic display, unsure how they should take it. They were clearly ranked, but some had the same grade. Aizawa explained, "Your grades are ranked on the actual number of points you got. The letter grade is simply the highest mark you could get with your points. Midoriya, you missed out on top spot by 3 points. Bakugu, I decided that due to you being mentally compromised, I won't grade you for today's work, but I expect you to work DMN strong to make up for it. You got it. I'm gonna be number 1. Izukan, Ponytail, make weight, cause I'm going to kick you both down a few spots." Katsuki declared. Katsuki had decided. He wanted to be number 1 and that would never change. He'd love Izuka and compete with her all at once. After all, once he reached the top, she'd be the only one that could possibly compete with him. The class thanked their supervisors and piled back out to the bus, ready to head back and change before going home. As they walked up the long staircase, Izuka was suddenly stopped by Tsuyu jumping in front of her with a happy smile. "Izuka, I have something for you," she said, taking Izuka's hand and dropping something in it. Izuka looked at the object, happiness lighting up her eyes, and she saw the familiar fabric and ran her fingers over the metal pendant. My choker! I thought Tamura destroyed it. Tsuyu grinned. I found it underwater in the flood zone. It must have come off while you were helping us. Thank you so much, Tsuyu, Izuka said, hugging the frog girl happily, giggling at Tsuyu's own croak-like laugh. Izuka slipped the choker around her throat and gripped the metal pendant. The metal had been damaged, causing most of the pendant to have warped and broken, leaving the phoenix looking more like a single, fiery feather. The girl thought on this as she fingered the edge of the cool metal. Phoenix, that was what her quirk was, what the villains had named her. Izuka had always sort of accepted that. It was a logical name after all, and the theme worked for her, so why fight it? Now though, she wasn't sure what to think. She did know one thing though, Tsuyu was getting a present in thanks. Perhaps the whole class would, as thanks for being her friend. Izuka grinned to herself. There was still 2 weeks before the sports festival. It was time to prepare. Without even realizing it, somewhere in the back of Izuka's soul, a new light had formed, and in 2 weeks, that light would spill forth.